The World's Worst Parents by David Walliams. David Williams, Tony Ross. Contents: Peter Pan, Belinda Bragg, Barry Vover, Posse Pooch, Terry Petch, Miss Turtleleg, Monty Monopolies, Harriet Hurry, Lord Grandoys, Supermom. Peter Pan, the dad with the stinkiest feet in the world. With stench Pan. Peter Pan, there are hundreds of ways in which parents can embarrass their children. Spitting on a handkerchief and wiping your chin with it. But, Horster, yuck, get off me! Wheeling you around in a pram, and even though you're grown out of it years ago. Ooh, my beautiful acre baby. I'm not a baby. I'm 13 years old. Making you put on a song and dance show every time your grandmother comes to visit. Dance, dance, dance for us. I'm not a performing monkey. Dance, monkey, dance. Give you a big slobbery kiss at the squirrel gates. Mwah. Get off me. I'm covered in slobber. Dressing you up like a Victorian sailor from the wedding, for a family wedding. You look delightful. I look like I should have gone down with the ship. Telling you over and over again that it was so much harder in their days. We didn't have any sweets in my days, my lad. If we were hungry, we would have to suck on a pepper. Oh, give it a rest, Dad. Your mom is a queen. Cutting your fringe with a pair of nail scissors. Hortster, Mom, it's our wonky. Wonky is cool. All the kids are doing it. No, it isn't cool, and it never will be. Telling all your friends at your 12th birthday party stories about exactly what you used to sport in your nappy when you were a baby. When I picked her up out of her cot, I thought it was really only a number 1. But by the smug look on her face, I knew it had to be number 2. Mom! However, very few parents can embarrass their child as much as this man. Peter and his wife, Penny, had a daughter, and they named her Ping Pong. What wasn't embarrassing? That was the embarrassing thing. The thing was that was embarrassing was Peter Pan's feet. The man had the cheesiest feet in the world. Peter may have been a short man, but he was a giant in the world of whiffs. If you had incredibly cheesy feet, it's most likely you'd hide them away, put on some thick socks, and contain them in some sturdy shoes, or better still, boots. Not Peter Pan. Oh, no. Peter was proud of his Pong. He knew he had a stinktastic feet and wanted to share them with the world. So, whatever the weather, Peter Pan would be sporting sandals, even in deep snow. They were open-toed leather sandals, so everybody could see his corn blisters and grotty toenails, and of course enjoy the stink, especially little people who were close to the ground, short people. What was the smell exactly? Cheese. Not a nice mild cheddar or Wensleydale. Oh no, a really stinker-vocious runny cheese. That had been left out in the sun to curdle for a decade. The stink from Peter Pan was so strong it was actually visible. A yellow-greeny browny gas hummed for his feet. To cover up the smell, Peter's daughter, Pink, took up cooking. The aromas of yummy ingredients floated across the kitchen and almost danced around their little flat. They almost cancelled out the smell out of her father's feet. Over the weeks, months, and years, Ping became a master chef. Every night she made something delicious for the family. Pies, stews, curries, trifles, crumpers. Ping dreamed that one day she could escape the stinky family flat and become a world-famous chef with best-selling cookery books and restaurants all over the world. So great a chef did Ping become that her mother, Penny, suggested she enter a TV cooking competition named Cook-Off. It was a very popular series where amateur chefs competed to be crowned cook-off cooks. Instant fame and riches beckoned for the winner of the show as it was watched by millions of people. Cook-Off was filmed in a giant Ping marquee. The competition was for grown-ups, but Ping was so gifted that she was allowed to take part even though she was only 12. The little girl forbade her father to come to the show. She knew those stinky feet of his could ruin it for her, big time. So stinky feet free, Ping made it all the way to the final. And being so talented and so young, she became the hot favorite with the public to win. The host of Cook-Off was Tony Truffer, a big jolly man who looked like he enjoyed his food. Truffer was famous for his outrageously obvious brown wig, brightly colored glasses, and flowery shirts. They served as a substitute for a personality, something that he lacked. Cook-Off had 2 judges. The first was Bobby Bollywood, the owner of a famous Indian restaurant called Taj Mahal 2. Bobby thought he was way cooler than he actually was. The second was an elderly lady and expert cook, Dame Penelope Plum. She was so posh, she made the queen look common. Every week, the 2 judges would take the dishes and give their verdict on them. After some deliberation, towards the end of the show, the cook of cooks would finally be crowned. For the final, it was decided that the remaining competitors would prepare an Italian dish. Aside from Ping, there were other amateur cooks who made it to the last show. Henry Heft made a huge impression on the viewers. He was a tattooed giant of a man who wore a beaten-up black leather biker jacket with a scar and crossbone painted on the back. Heft had impressed the judges with the cream pearls. The other finalist was a sour-faced woman who never cracked a smile or even uttered a word, named Vivienne Vinegar. She wore gray full-neck jumpers and long skirts, and seemingly cut her own hair with a pair of scissors and a pudding board. Vivienne had wowed the judges with her boiled eggs. So the morning of the final came. Ping dashed around the supermarket with her parents to buy all the ingredients she needed to make her creamy mushroom pasta. However, when she called out for her father to reach for a block of Italian Parmesan cheese from the top shelf, the man was momentarily distracted by his own stinky feet. When he leaped up to reach the shelf, he released some understink. Understink is the worst of all the stinks, as it comes from the bottom of the foot. The stench snaked all the way up from his toes to his nose, and even he was taken by surprise by the phantasmagoric Gloria. As his wife and child gagged, the sting actually blinded Peter for a moment. Tears welled in his eyes at the smell, and he picked up a pat of cooking fat by mistake. This was not noticed until much, much later. Once they had bought all the ingredients, the Pang family raced to the marquee, which was set up in a beautiful part of the English countryside. The final cook-off was live, all beamed all over the world. "It's time to cook," announced Tony Truffer, and the 3 finalists got to work. Henry Huft was making panettone, while Vivienne Vinegar was going to boil yet another egg. "How's that an Italian dish, Miss Vinegar?" asked Tony. "The hen who laid it was Italian," claimed Vivienne. And they were off. They had just half an hour to cook something delicious and wow the judges. R was going well for ping pong. She fried the mushrooms, added them to a creamy pasta sauce, and added that to the spaghetti she had boiled perfectly. Not too hard, not too soft, just right. The finishing touch was to be the Parmesan cheese she would grate on top, just to add that wow factor. She took out the cheese grater and smiled to herself. She had very nearly done it. However, the ping reached into her bag and grabbed the Parmesan cheese. She was horrified to discover a block of lard. "Dad!" she shouted across the marquee. Her proud parents had been peeping through a gap in the tent and now dashed over to her. "What's the matter, my love?" asked her mom. "Look!" exclaimed the girl, showing them the lard. "You picked up the wrong one, Peter," chided Mom. "It wasn't my fault. I had something in my eyes," he protested. You had your own stink in your eyes, Dad." "1 minute to go, cooks," announced Tony Truffer. "No!" Ping. "My dish is ruined. I'll never win now." Peter Pong pinged. "Ping! I have an idea," he said brightly. "I know where we can get some magnificent cheese." "There isn't time," hissed Ping. 30 seconds to go, called Truffer. "See," said the girl. "Don't worry, Dad will save the day," said Peter. And he grabbed a bowl and a cheese grater and dashed on of the marquee. What he did next will give you nightmares. Not just nightmares, but cheesy nightmares. And cheesy nightmares are the worst. Peter Pong kicked off his sandals and began grating the hard skin on the bottom of his feet into the bowl. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The Pong was phantasmic. Pingagoria. 10 seconds to go. Peter heard Tony Truffer announce from inside the tent. As the final countdown began, he dashed back over to his calendar. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Peter was in such a hurry that he tripped over a cooking pot and went flying. The foot cheese flew through the air. Before Pink could even give it a sniff, it sprinkled itself all over the pasta dish. 1, said Tony Truffer. "That is it, cooks. Now it is the moment of truth. Judges, it's time to taste." The 2 judges, Bobby Bollywood and Dame Penelope Plum, sprang into action. First they tasted Hef's panettone cake. "One most definitely approves," announced the dame, taking a slice. "Beautiful," said Bobby, stuffing his face with all that was left. "Like me." The dame rolled her eyes. It was clear she hated how the hog hogged the camera. Pink sniffed the cheese on her dish. It smelled bad. "Where did you get that cheese, Dad?" she hissed. "Don't worry, it was completely fresh," he replied. Meanwhile, the presenter and judges moved on to Vivienne Vinegar, who, as usual, did not crack a smile. The dame was first to take a spoonful. One must congratulate you. A textbook egg-flavored and egg-shaped egg. In a word, eggy. It is definitely Definitely an egg, muttered Tony. Perfect, said Bobby. Just like me. She popped the rest of the egg into her mouth all at once. Shell and all. The dame muttered, ridiculous little man, under her breath. Dad, hissed Ping, is this cheese what I think it is? Peter, no, added Mom. Shh, shush, Dad. They won't notice a thing. The three arrived at Ping Pong's station. Wow, remarked Tony. The aroma of the cheese is overpowering. It is Parmesan, lied Peter. It is a special type of Italian cheese. The presenter was most put out. I think I know my cheese, he snapped, patting his round tummy. Tony, Bobby, Bollywood, and the dame all eagerly helped themselves to the spaghetti. I'm starving, announced Tony. Ravenous, added the dame. So hungry I am angry, exclaimed Bobby, who still had bits of the cake and egg on his face. Hangry. At once they all tucked into Ping Pong's pasta. The poor girl looked on in horror, sure she was about to see her dreams dashed. But as soon as Tony, Bobby, and the dame began scoffing, it was clear they were enjoying immensely. Scrumptious, declared Tony. The 3 Ds, began the dame. Delightful, delectable, and delicious. Yummy, was Bobby's verdict. There wasn't much left, so he picked up the bowl and poured the remainder down his throat. Do we have a winner, Mr. Presenter? A hush descended upon the marquee, a hush that could be heard all around the world. The 2 judges whispered to each other. Yes, we do, announced the dame. All 3 contestants, Henry Heft, Vivian Vinegar, and of course Ping Pong, looked on nervously. Who would be crowded cook of cooks? Ping's parents put their hands together in prayer. May Peter's foot cheese have turned his daughter's pasta dish into a taste sensation. Who would be the winner? The word was watching and waiting. This was the most thrilling piece of television since man first set foot on moon, and just as important, if not more so. In fact, definitely more so. The 2 judges whispered into Tony Truffer's ears before the presenter cleared his throat. The winner of Cook-Off this year, he began, and Cook of Cook is... Then he let a pause so long you could read the whole of Lord of the Rings while waiting for it to finish. Ping Pong! Yes, screamed Peter Pong. Hooray, screamed his wife. I can't believe it, exclaimed Ping. Well, do believe it, continued Tony Truffer, because you, young lady, have beaten the grown-ups. Henry Heft glowered. Grrr. Vivian Vinegar gave the girl a stare so powerful it could fry an egg. The 2 judges brought out a trophy, a gold frying pan, and handed it to Ping. Congratulations. Well done, they cooed. It was my secret ingredient that swung it, piped up Peter. Shush, hissed Ping. Secret ingredient? Asked Tony Truffer. Do tell. No, don't, Dad, pleaded the girl. Now everyone wanted to know, the judges, the other finalists. What secret ingredient? Tell us what it is, man. Was it a boiled egg? We need to know. Well, began Peter, if you must know. That wasn't Parmesan cheese. It was... Dad, no! Screamed Ping. Foot cheese, he announced proudly. Look! And with that, he showed off his rancid, smelly feet. Suddenly, Tony Truffer, Bobby Bollywood, and Dame Penelope Plum all turned a violent shade of green. Tony Truffer was first. He hurled his spaghetti over Bobby Bollywood. Blech. Bobby was not far behind. He hurled his spaghetti all over the dame. Blech. It may surprise you to know that all the three, the dame could hurl the furthest. The elderly lady heard her spaghetti all over Pong's family. Yuck! Then she heard spaghetti over Henry Heft, who burst into tears. Boo-hoo! Then she heard spaghetti all over Vivienne Vinegar, whose eyes bulged over out of her head like 2 poached eggs. Then the dame heard spaghetti over Tony Truffer, blowing his wig clean off. Whoosh! I never knew I was bald, he lied. Spaghetti sat on his bald head where his wig had been. And finally, she turned on Bobby Bollywood. Oh no, he screamed. Think of my fans! Oh yes, the dame replied, before hurling spaghetti all over her fellow judge. Bobby jolted back to try to dodge the spray. He whacked into one of the posts holding up the marquee. Bosh! At once the whole thing wobbled, whipper, and crashed to the ground. Thud! The cameras kept rolling as millions of viewers around the world witnessed the carnage from the comfort of their living rooms. Dad! Screamed Pong. You ruined it for me! What was the problem? He asked. Did it need more cheese? Belinda Bragg, the mother who couldn't stop bragging. Brag, brag, brag. Belinda Bragg. Belle was a little girl with a big problem. Her mother. Belinda saw her daughter, Belle, as a miniature version of her. Belinda would do the little girl's hair in a huge do like hers. Dress her up in bright pink dress, just like hers, and even put strings and pearls on her, just like hers. Poor Belle ended up looking like Minnie Mom. In fact, if you looked at the pair, with Belinda standing a few paces behind Belle, you might think they were identical. The problem was that Belle didn't want to be like her mother. She wanted to be herself. As soon as her mother's back was turned, she took down her hair, put off her purse, and whipped off her dress to wear a t-shirt and denim shorts underneath. Now that Belle looked like herself, Belle felt like herself. My Belle's on 12, but all the teachers say she's a genius. She could go straight to university, but it just wouldn't be fair on the students there. She would show them all up. Belinda boasted on Tuesday. No, stop, pleaded her daughter, going as red as a post box. In the score pantomime, I know they watched my Belle play every single role. But I said to the drama mistress, no, please, give the others much less talented children a chance. Was Wednesday's boast. Please, Mom, no. Of course my Belle can't speak 100 languages. She can't even speak languages that haven't been invented yet. This was on Tuesday. Mom, this is so embarrassing. Belle was now going as red as a red ant, but Belinda was saved the worst until last. Step forward Friday. It's not easy for my Belle being by far the most beautiful girl in the school. Everyone says she got it from her mother, but that's not for me to say, but she does. I'm so desperately sad that all your little girls are such monsters. Have you ever thought of sending them to school with paper bags over your heads? It might help them feel better. Poor hideous little wretches. Enough is enough, exclaimed Bella. Her face was now bright red as the London bus. So far, so bad. Until one day, a girl arrived at Hattie's school with a mother even worse than Belinda. Yes, the impossible became true. The mother named was Camilla Crow, and she never ever stopped crowing about her daughter, Kara. It was strange, as Kara was the most gormless girl you could ever meet. She never spoke unless in grunts. Huh? Carol seemed content to spend the entire day either picking her nose or scratching her bottom. Pick, scratch. That was as thrilling as life got for Carol. But, if you listened to her mother, then on, oh my goodness, this nose-picking, bottom-scratching little grunter was a living legend. According to Camilla, her daughter Carol had been an Olympic gold medal-winning gymnast, and she was still a baby, made a record book as a youngest bestseller author who published an autobiography by the age of 4 called Little Me, Big Dreams. Single-handedly saved the Amazon rainforest by releasing a charity single called We on a Tree. If it's on fire. Built her own rocket and zoomed it to Mars, but forget to take any pictures while she was there. Invented a new kind of fruit that she called the Finkity-Dinkity Doodleberry. Made world peace a reality at last, though sadly for only 1 minute. Taught her goldfish to play Scrabble. Made a model of the Eiffel Tower out of matchsticks, which was exactly the same height as the real Eiffel Tower. Learned to juggle 17 gerbils at once. Invented the flop flip, revolutionary new flip-flop that flops before it flips. Translated all the Harry Potter books into Chinese and then back again into English. Won first prize in a bottom-scratching competition, only the last one seemed likely. Since start, that didn't stop Camilla crowing at the school gates every afternoon about her Kara. Bella felt sorry for Kara. Kara's mother was even worse than hers. It soon became a war of the mothers. Carol Crow's crowing enraged Belinda Bragg. The pair became locked in a battle to outdo one another with boasts around their daughters. One afternoon, as the girls were all pouring out of school, things turned ugly. It all started when Belinda began with, "On a school trip to the zoo, my Bella saved her entire class from being eaten by a hungry crocodile. Fortunately, my daughter distracted the beast by reciting some poetry in ancient Greek. Camilla was not to be outdone. She fired back with, "That's nothing. Just the other day, a grizzly bear burst into the playground. Luckily, my Carol wrestled it on the ground with one hand just before he could take a bite out of the headmistress." All their 2 daughters could do was stop and stare at the horror that was unfolding. "Your Carol couldn't wrestle a grizzly bear," sneered Belinda. "Why ever not?" snapped Camilla. "Because your gormless girl is far too busy picking her nose and scratching her, and I hate to say this, as I am a lady of class and distinction, her behind region." "I think she means you," muttered Bella to Carol. "How dare you!" exclaimed Camilla. "My Carol has never scratched her bottom in her entire life." "Huh!" grunted Carol, which Bella to mean, "Yes, I have, you muppet." "All that vile little thing does is go from picking her nose to scratching her bottom. All right, I admit it, but at least my Carol uses different hands for each task, unlike your disgusting little daughter who uses the same one. Disgusting. Ouch," spurred Carol. "That was a low blow from your mom. True enough. True though." "Huh," agreed the gormless girl. The 2 mothers were about now nose job to nose job. Grr. "Come on," said Bella. "We'd better drag our mothers away before a barbecue," said Carol shrugged. "Huh." So Bella grabbed her mom's head. "Come along now, mother." And Carol grabbed her mom's arm. "Huh." Then they dragged them off in opposite directions towards the Rolls Royces. The Bragg family had an electric blue Rolls Royce, but the Crow family had an even more revolting one in shocking pink. Then the two mothers raced each other along the roads back home. Once at their respective country houses, Belinda and Camilla could seethe in peace, and seethe they did. They seethed our afternoon. They seethed our evening, and they seethed through the night. But the morning they were seething more than ever. Bad luck that it was the Hottie Score Sports Day. Once yearly occasion when all the parents spent an afternoon cheering on their daughters in running races and the like. Of course, winning meant infinitely more to the parents than it did to the girls. Lady Hottie's Score for Young Ladies, Sports Day. The first event of the afternoon was the hurdles. Belinda Bragg and Camilla Crowe bustled into their places at the finish line, treating Sports Day like a fashion parade. Belinda was in a lime green dress and Camilla in a luminous yellow one, seething more than ever. The pair lowered over sunglasses to shoot each other eager stares. Meanwhile, their daughters took their places at the start line with the other more eager-looking girls. Bella couldn't give a stuff about winning. She knew she wasn't the fastest or the strongest, and didn't mind one bit. The girl was good at other things, like standing in puddles. "You can win this, Bar," called out Belinda. "No, I can't, but whatever," she called back. "Do it for Mama." "Now I really want to come last," the girl muttered to herself. "Beat them, Carol," barred Camilla. "Beat them all. Show them that you are the best of the best. They must bow before the might of the majesty of Miss Carol Crowe." "Huh?" grunted Carol, was actually facing the wrong way. Bang went the starting pistol. As all the other girls raced off, Belle and Carol was immediately joined last. Neither picked up enough speed to leap over the first hurdle. So, clunk, clunk, they just knocked them over instead. And the next one, clunk, clunk, and the next, clunk, clunk. Both wearing mothers looked as if they were going to explode with rage. "Belle, run, jump! Carol, move your blasted bottom!" But neither girl did. In fact, Bella became distracted by something on the ground. "Look!" she exclaimed. "A worm!" She picked up a wiggly-waggly thing before waving it under Carol's nose. "Huh!" said Carol, which Bella took to mean, "I like your worm." The girl then picked her nose and wiped the buggy on a hurdle. "Your Bella's ruining it for my Carol with her revolting worm," bellowed Camilla. "Your Carol is distracting my Bella from picking a particularly large booger," barred Belinda. "Well, you would know all about big boogers because you look like one." Camilla had a point. Belinda's dress was boggy green. "I've had quite enough of you, Belinda Bragg." "And I have quite enough of you, Camilla Crowe." With that, Belinda Bragg stamped over to the poor fart and seized one of the long poles. Meanwhile, Camilla snatched a javelin. In no time, the pair were locked in a deadly duel. "Take that!" snarled Belinda, swishing her pole. "Take this!" snapped Camilla, swishing her javelin. Clank, clink, clank with the weapons. As they bashed together, Belinda yanked up her pole, hitting some of the other parents on their heads as she did so. Clunk, dunk, bonk. "Ouch, ow, ow!" Meanwhile, wrenching back her javelin, Camilla managed to whack all the others. Thack, thack, thack. Ooh, snarled the posh parents, arming themselves to join in the fight. Everything was in the sports field became a weapon. Shot puts, excuses, even sand from the long jump was thrown into faces. At one point, the haughty school headmistress herself, Miss Prunella Prim, was hoisted up by some of the mothers and used as a battering ram against a cowering other of fathers. Her school sports day had descended into gladiator battle. It was posh parent against posh parent. And they fought dirty. There were hair pulling, arm pinching, finger bending, leg scratching, nose yanking, eye poking, ear flicking, toe stamping, elbow tickling, even bottom biting, head locking, pat, boom, crunch. Soon the playing field was a swirl mass of gruesome grown-ups. The girls are stared open-mouthed in shock as their parents bashed and barred at each other. Your daughter has a wonky fringe. Your daughter looks like a guinea pig. Your daughter stinks of turnips. Still holding the worm, Bar shouted over to them, "Girls, who think our moms and dads are a bunch of fruitcakes?" The girls all cheered in agreement. Hooray! None cheered louder than sisters Sophie and Anna, whose mother was yanking nostril hairs out of one of the fathers. So who fancies bunking off sports days and being dragged through a hedge backward instead? Cried Alpbar. This was the girl's second favorite thing, after standing in a puddle, of course. Yes, cried all the girls except Carol. Carol grunted, which Barra took to mean yes. In no time, the girls were having a whale of time, laughing, joking, climbing trees, skipping through the fields, and making up games. And best of all, picking their noses and scratching their bottoms to their heart's content, preferably with the same hand. The girls were being happy, being themselves, while their parents made absolute fool of themselves. Barry Hoover, the dad, who was not the brightest spark, huge, muscles, tiny brain, hairy arms. Barry Vover. To say Barry Vover looked like a King Kong would be unkind to King Kong. This best of a man had a cauliflower ear. Again, this is unkind to cauliflowers. A buzzcut, a broken nose, a toothless smile, arms thicker than tree trunks, a super wide neck, actually wider than his head, stubborn and rough as sandpaper, a super tights bursting out of his jeans, feet the size of ironing boards. But his brain was the size of a ping-pong bar. Whenever he was called upon to use it, such as when asked to spell his own name, he would say, "My brain hurts." Fortunately, most of the time, Barry Rover didn't have to use his brain. That's because his job was all about how big his muscles were. Barry was a strong man. He competed with other strong men all over the country to see who's the strongest man of them all. In these contests, the strong man would, "Oi, put this bus down. I'm trying to get to work." Lift the double-decker bus above their heads, muster a rhinoceros moo. Pull a tree out of a ground, yank. Run a race with a fridge freezer strapped on their back, grunt. Perform a squat flat, holding a walrus hoot. Eat a tank, burp. Flip a fire engine over, smash. Do a steering competition with a hamster, nibble. Snap a train carriage in half, crunch. Do a tug of war with an aeroplane as it tries to take off. "Excuse me, I'm trying to go on holiday. Will you please let me go?" Just like Barry, all the other famous strongmen looked as if they were inflated. They've been inflated. They were Mickey Mike, famous for competing in owning a pair of very tight red underpants. Carnage. He ate a shark for breakfast. Vince Vicious. Legend has it he once had butted a nose and the house crumbled to the ground. Mungul Musters. He only worked out his top half, so he had the biggest chest and arms and the smallest, spindliest legs. The ogre. He only spoke in grunts from both ends. Pete Punch. He could punch a hole in concrete, and often would. Gwenter Girth. He was so wide, he couldn't fit through any door. Dick Dents. Famous for being the cleverest of the strongest men, as he once got a C in pottery. Thunder Thump. His fists were bigger than his head, and the one strong woman, Cloris Clout. She was the most terrifying of them all. Cloris could lift all the strongmen with one hand and an elephant in the other. Whenever Barry entered one of these strongmen competitions, which happened most weekends and fun fairs and in car parks, his family had to come to his wife, Bianca, and his daughter, Brian. I know you are thinking what you're thinking. Who called their daughter Brian? Barry Vover, that's who. The man didn't realize that Brian was a boy's name. Realized that Brian was a boy's name. My brain hurt. He exclaimed whenever anyone asked about this. Needless to say, it was hard being a girl named Brian. But nothing was as hard as having Barry Vover as father. The family went for a picnic and were sitting in a shade. Dad would rip the tree and move it somewhere else. Rip. When Mom served the entire roast hog from the Sunday lunch, Dad would eat the whole thing in one gulp. Burp. If there wasn't any room in the supermarket car park, Dad would free up a space by lifting a parked car and placing it right on top of another. Crunch. When the school bus left one morning without his daughter, Dad yanked it back to the bus stop. Screech! Once Dad leaped on the bouncy castle and Brian's birthday party and all the children was bounced miles into the air. Whoosh! If Brian got low marks in the test, Dad would storm into school and swing the teacher around by the ankles until his daughter was made top of the class. Yes, it's an A now, Mr. Bower. Please, I beg you to let me go. Whenever Barry went to a job, he yanked the chain on a toilet so hard that he would bring the bathroom ceiling down with it. Crumble, crash, clatter. When Father Christmas didn't give Brian a nice enough present, Barry Bover lifted up the grotto, complete with Father Christmas, reindeer and elves, high into the air until he did ho ho help. If there was no food in the house, Dad might pull a brick out of the wall and smack on that. Crunch! Christmas dinner was always an ordeal, as poor Granny would be yanked across the room and fly out the window if she dared to pull a cracker with her son. Crash! Sadly, Barry Bover was not the brightest spot, so Brian soon learned it was best not to tell her father when something went wrong, or he was likely to respond not with brain, but with brute force. One afternoon, the girl returned home from school in floods of tears. Brian, my darling, exclaimed her mother. What is the matter? Before she spoke, the girl looked through the kitchen window into their little garden. There she could see her father weightlifting. He had a long metal pour with the caravan on each end. Barry was pushing them up and down as he counted his repetitions. 1,000,005, 1,000,006. It was safe. He couldn't hear, so the girl continued. Oh, Mom, it was the headmistress. She accused me of cheating in the exam. Did you? Asked Mom. Of course not, exclaimed the girl. It was this boy, Swifty Swindler, who cheated by copying me. He is always doing that and getting away with it. That's awful. I need to have a word with that woman. If you could, Mom, said the girl, dabbing her eyes. Promise you won't tell Dad. Before Mom had a chance to answer, a huge face loomed at the kitchen window. Don't tell Dad. What? It was Barry Rover, and judging by his expression, he was in a bover. Nothing, Dad, lied his daughter. Go back to your weightlifting, Barry, urged his wife. You still got 1,000,000 reps to go, but Barry was still not going to give up. Someone's upset, my little princess. Brian, tell me, who's done this? Brian, don't tell him if it was the headmistress, blurted Bianca. Mom was not the brightest spark either. Mom, exclaimed Brian, you've gone and done it now. Sorry, love, she muttered. I'm going to give that headmistress a piece of my mind, Barry declared, stomping into the kitchen. Dad, no, exclaimed Brian, holding onto one of his arms. Barry, please, exclaimed Bianca, holding on to one of his legs. The beast kept on striding forward. There was nothing that could hold Barry back. This was man on a mission. He could have time to go through the door. He didn't have time to go through the door. Doors are for wimps. So instead, Barry Boover walked straight through the wall. Crunch! Boom! Dust and debris exploded everywhere as the front wall of the house tumbled to the ground. Brian and her mother was left coughing and spluttering as Barry powered on through the dust-clouded and down the street. Any parked cars that were in his way got flipped over on their side. Whang! A cement mixer was tossed over his head into some poor person's front garden. Dunch! They received a brand new driveway, whether they wanted it or not. A rubbish truck coming down the road was head-butted, bash, and whizzed backwards. Screech! There was no stopping Barry Rover. In no time, the brute had reached the destination. He stood in front of the huge building and took a deep breath. Barry Rover stomped on the stone steps and stretched out his long arms between the columns that held up the building. Then, with all his might, he pushed them asunder. Crunch! The columns cracked and tumbled to the ground. Boosh! The entire building began to crumble before an old lady popped her head out of the top window. Can I help you, dear? She called down. I am Barry Rover, Barry Rover shouted back. Yes, father to my daughter, Brian Rover. Funny name for a girl, but anyway. Yes, dear. And I am going to wreak revenge on this school. Did you say school, dear? Asked the old lady. Yeah, this isn't a school, dear, she replied. This is an old folks' home. The school is right next door. They stopped Barry in his tracks. My brain hurts, he exclaimed. Easy mistake to make. We are always getting their post. School is just there, dear. Sorry, and thank you. Have a nice day, dear, added the old lady, as the front wall of the building tumbled to the ground. Crash, wallop, bang! All of old folks were revealed in their rooms, cooling at Barry Bover's remodeling of their home. Ooh, what a lovely view! Nice to have some fresh air. Is it time for tea? Meanwhile, Barry Bover stomped off next door. To be completely sure he was in the right place, Barry shouted up at the building. Headmistress! After a moment, a proper-looking lady popped her head out of her office window. School is closed, she barked, patting her hairdo. I am Barry Bover, he shouted up. My daughter's Brian Bover's dad. Peculiar name for a girl, but do go in. My princess is in tears. Poor Princess Brian. She never cheated no tests. Yes, I am so sorry. Apologies. I made a mistake. It was Swifty Swindler all along who had been put in detention. I just telephoned your home, but there was no answer. The front wall caved in. Oh dear, I am sorry to hear that. Now I must dash home to catch some cartoons before tea. So I do pray this is the end of the matter. No, it is not, raged Barry. I am going to teach this school a lesson. We do the teaching here. Thank you, Mr. Bover, replied the headmistress. Don't you make a mug out of me. The school is for it. With that, the best of the man leaned down and wedged his mighty sausage fingers under the building. Dad, stop! shouted the breathless Brian, who had just made it to the school gates with her mother. Both were coated from head to toe in dust. Barry, please think, added Bianca. I don't think. It makes my brain hurt. I use my muscles, he boomed. Now stand back. Then, after a considerable amount of huffing and puffing, he lifted the entire school building off the ground. Oof! Put the school down at once, ordered the headmistress, or I will put you in detention too. You can write out 100 lines. I must not lift the school building off the ground. No, shouted Barry. I'm not doing no detention. I'm gonna put the school where it belongs, in the bin. Holding the entire weight of the school building with his arms, he staggered across the playground to the wheelie bins to the corner. Huh, he exclaimed in effort. The school was heavy, 1,000 times heavier than 2 caravans. I don't think it's going to fit, Dad, shouted Brian. Her father was really straining with the weight now. Beads of sweat as big as tennis balls were pouring down his face. He looked up at the huge school building. Then, down at the not so big bins. Even Barry Bover could see this wasn't going to work. Do you have any bigger bins? He called to the headmistress, who were clinging on the window frame for dear life. No, she yelled. No, put the school down this instant. Barry went left, then right, and then the entire school building began wobbling. Please, Dad, do as the headmistress says, called Brian. Now the beads of sweat were the size of footballs. I don't think I can hold it any But before Barry could say longer, he lost his grip of the squirrel and came crashing down upon him. Bush splat. "Dad!" called Brian as her horrified mom held her tight. There was no way they could lift the school building, however hard they tried. "Is he all right?" hollered the headmistress. "No, he's not. Call the ambulance. Call the fire bridge. Call the police," barked Bianca. "I know," exclaimed Brian. "Let's call the strongmen." That's exactly what they did. And in no time, the 9 strongmen and 1 strong woman had arrived. Mickey Mite, dressed only in his tight red underpants, Shaz Carnage, Vince Vicious, Mungo Musser, the Ogre, Pete Punch, Gunter Gritch, Dick Dents, Thunder Stump, and Cloris Clout all rushed to the scene. Once they were all there, they gathered around the school building and placed their sausage fingers beneath it. "Heave!" cried Brian, and the 10 strong people lifted the school high into the air. Underneath, their comrade Barry Bover was lying there as flat as a pancake. They put the school building down on the playground. Snot! Brian and Bianca rushed over to him. Dad, are you okay?" gushed the tearful daughter. "Sorry, Brian. I think the school was just a tiny bit too heavy for me." Nina. An ambulance sped into the playground. Doctors rolled Barry Bover up like a French-style crepe so they could fit him in the back of the ambulance. "Is he going to be all right?" asked Brian. "We should be able to need him back into shape," replied the doctor. "I hope his brain haven't been damaged in some way." "I don't think there were any chances of that," replied the girl. Just as the ambulance door was about to close, Barry the crepe sat up from the stretcher and addressed his fellow strong people. "I know I'm not the brightest spark," he began, "but I hope I have taught you all an important lesson today." "What? Do tell us. We want to know," replied the strong people. "I may not be the brightest spark, but remember this. Never try to lift the school building above your head," declared Barry. There was silence for a moment before all the strong men and 1 strong one broke into applause. Hear. Well said. Clever man." Brian smiled. "You will always be my brightest spark, Dad. Brightest spark of light in my life." The man looked close to tears. "Thanks. Next time I'll try to use my brain," he said, pointing to his chest. Brian didn't have the heart to tell him that his brain was actually in his head. And as the ambulance doors closed, Barry Bover smiled and waved goodbye with his huge flat hand. Posse Pooch, the mother who loved her dog much more than her child. Dogs, and more dogs. Posse Pooch. Posse Pooch was barking mad about dogs. She always wore bright woolly jumpers and leggings with a picture puppies on them, finished off with the doggy slippers. They were huge furry monstrosities shaped like Saint Bernards, nearly as big as a real thing. Her look was topped off with a hairband that had dog ears sticking out of the top. In the highly unlikely event that you had somehow missed Posse Pooch loves dogs, she had customized the family car. First, she covered it in thick brown carpet so it looked like fur. Next, she stuck a bar of black foam to the bonnet for a nose. The finishing touches were all made of fabric, eyes, ears, a tail, and even a big floppy tongue hanging from the front grill. Posse Pooch named the car the Mutt Mobile. The lady had named the family home Pooch Place. It was a house themed entirely around dogs that Posse had purchased. Wallpaper of Weimaraners, curtains adorned with chihuahuas, a Pekingese plate set, a sofa with the shape of a schnauzer, mugs with marquees painted on them, a Chow Chow coffee table, a King Charles Spaniel kettle, Great Dane glasses, a Rottweiler rug, a bedspread of Basset hounds. If that weren't enough, all the hedges in front of the lawn had been cut into shapes of poodles. In the back garden, she had put a giant stone statue up of a Springer Spaniel, which looked as if it were leaping into the pond. Posse had just one human child. Her name was Peaches Pooch. From a very young age, her mother dressed Peaches up like a dog. This wasn't just for fancy dress parties. Oh no, the poor girl had a wardrobe full of dog costumes and were made to wear them for all kinds of occasions. A Boston Terrier costume for christening, a Dalmatian outfit for a dental appointment, a Border Terrier suit for the school disco, a Golden Retriever get-up from the Girl Guide summer fete, a Collie costume for ballet practices, a Pomeranian get-up for a play date, a Bulldog outfit for a bar mitzvah, a red setter suit to go roller skating in the park, a pug outfit for a karaoke party, a corgi costume for a school trip to Buckingham Palace. Needless to say, Peaches hated being dressed up like this, but she didn't have any choice. Her mother didn't buy her any other clothes. It meant all the children at school would make fun of her, except one, Kitty Purr. Her mother was crazy about cats, so she had to go to school dressed as a white, fluffy kitten. Of course, Posse Pooch owned a dog. If her husband Pa hadn't been allergic to dogs, they made him itch and sneeze. She would have had 100. However, what she lacked in numbers, she made up for in size. Posse chose one of the biggest dog breeds in the world for her pet, a Tibetan Mastiff. The dog was named after the country from which it originated, Tibet. Set in Himalayan mountains bordering China, Mastiffs are massive dogs with huge feet and drooping ears. This great lolloping thing was bred as a guard dog. It was the size of the grizzly bear and looked most unlike one too. Spot the differences, dog and bear. Posse named her dog Niger. If ever there was a less suitable name for a dog, I would like to hear it. The Mastiff looked absolutely nothing like Niger. But, like our names, it stuck. Needless to say, Posse lavished love on her Pooch. Whatever Niger wanted, Niger got. A long, relaxing bath twice a day, followed by a blow-dry. A string of sausages as a snack, on the hour, every hour. A silver-plated dog bowl, the size of the paddling pool with the name Niger printed on it. A luxury lead and collar set, designed by the famous fashion designer Barbara Barking. A gold dog tag with the words, "Hello, my name is Nigel" on the side, and "Yes, I know I am beautiful" on the other. A 100-piece of grooming set for all Nigel's need. Dog toys made especially large so Nigel would play with them. A stuffed bunny toy he liked to hurl around the house that was too big to fit through a doorway. A special-made dog basket, which was lined with only the softest silk bedding. A bar that had a motor inside, operated by a remote control as Nigel was too lazy to fetch it. A life-sized oil painting for Nigel that was given pride of place over the fireplace in the living room. The problem was that the dog was absolutely impossible to train, so Nigel was frightened. When Posy sent Peaches to take her precious Nigel out for a walk in the park, the poor girl would be dragged across the grass, clinging on to the lead for dear life. Ah! If the Pooch family were having dinner, Nigel would wolf down everyone's food in one gulp, and poor Peaches would go hungry. Chomp! Nigel took the sleeping in Posy and Par's room. Peaches' mother would snuggle up with Nigel, while her father would have to sleep in the dog basket at the end of the bed. The poor man would sneeze all night, as he was allergic to dog hair. Achoo! When he woke up in the morning, he was so covered in dog hair, he looked like the creature of legend, Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Father. What's the difference? There was one exceedingly unusual thing about Nigel, something that I'm sure you are never ever going to guess. This huge beast was absolutely terrified of cats. Meow! It is meant to be cats that are terrified of dogs. But not in this case. If Nigel spotted even a tiny one when out on a walk, he would shake with fear and howl like a baby. Before leaping into a tree to escape. Woomph! The great big scaredy dog, wouldn't then come down until he was sure the monkey was miles away. Then he did leap to the ground. Nigel was flatten poor Peaches. Nigel would flatten poor Peaches, who would be waiting patiently for him under the tree. Splat! The day our story begins, Posy Pooch did the unthinkable. She got another dog. Despite Nigel being the size of 100 normal dogs, she decided that the family needed one more, a wife for Nigel. Without even telling Peaches or the girl's father, she brought another Tibetan Mastiff. This one she called Nigella. That afternoon, Dad picked up Peaches from school, and they were coming through the front door when Mom shouted, "Surprise!" "Oh no," muttered Dad, fearing the worst. "It's not what I think it is it?" asked Peaches. "Well, what do you think it is?" asked Peaches. Demanded Mom. "Another dog?" chimed in Dad and Peaches together. "But don't spoil it for yourselves. It is another dog, though, isn't it, Mom?" pressed Peaches. "Well, you're actually ruining this for me. Just wait." Then the lady opened the door of the living room and shouted, "Ta-da!" There were two of the biggest dogs known to men lying there, taking up the entire room, slobbering all over the carpet. What an incredible surprise, said Peaches sarcastically. On noticing the little girl and her father, the pair of Pooch barked, "Woof! Ruff!" leaped up and knocked them both clean over, then put their mutts and tramped all over with their big paws before bounding out of the room, nearly knocking the door off its hinges as they went. Aren't Niger and Nigella absolutely delightful together? said Mom. From the door, Peaches and his father turned to each other and shared a look of horror, pure horror. Now you might think things couldn't get any worse, or you would be wrong, because when you have a boy dog and a girl dog, something they have, you guessed it, puppies. One night, Nigella gave birth to not one, not two, not three, not four. Actually, this is going to take too long. I might as well just tell you how many puppies she had. 99 Tibetan Mastiff puppies in one little house. The puppies might have been smaller than their parents, but by the time other standards there were huge. Even one was about the size of a Shetland pony. In no time, the 99 puppies had to run off the house. There was too many of them to even try to train, so they were pooping in their plant pots, poop, climbing on each other's shoulders so they could steer Peaches' sweets on the top shelf of the fridge, scoff, ripping the girl's notebook to shreds, rip, chewing everything in sight, including Peaches' toes, gnaw, jumping in the pond, splash, splish, splash, then drying themselves by shaking pond water over the girl, shika, 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 peeing in Peaches' shoes, psst, yuck, charging up the stairs and knocking Peaches clean over. Stomp, 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 whoosh, ah! The girl would then tumble down the stairs on her bottom, bump, 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 blowing off right next to her face and then scrambling away at speed. Yuck. Hogging the remote control so Peaches couldn't watch her favorite cartoons on television. Instead, the puppies would only click on dog theme films. Woof! As for Peaches, she was forced out of her own bedroom. Her mother had decided that it needed to be a playroom for the puppies. The girl took to sleeping on the sofa, but would be woken up by the mountain of mud squatting on her head. Ugh, get off! As for her father, he'd been moved out of the bedroom entirely. As his wife was now sleeping in the basket, Posse had given their double bed over to Niger and Nigella. Dad had no choice but to sleep in the greenhouse. It wasn't ideal, as the neighbors could see him taking off his pajamas in the morning. As the old saying goes, people in glass houses shouldn't undress in daylight. Finally, Peaches and her father couldn't take any more. One night, they confronted Mom. Please, can we give some of the puppies away?" the girl pleaded. "Away? Why on earth would we give any away?" Mom was shocked. "Because we have 101 dogs in the house," exclaimed Dad. "Well, I have some good news. Nigella is expecting again." "No!" screamed Peaches and Dad. "Oh, yes, with any luck, there might be another 99 puppies running around here soon." "Please, no!" exploded Dad. "It's just 200 puppies, nothing else. Oh, that reminds me. I will need a greenhouse back soon. And, of course, the sofa for the new puppies." want us to sleep then, protested Peaches. Mom thought for a moment. Both of you could always sleep in the dustbins. Dustbins? Peaches couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, I'm sure you will get used to sleeping upright. Now, out of my way, the pair of you. I have 101 dogs to look after. Shoo, shoo. It's time for the puppies to have their hot milks, biscuits, and a bedtime story. Finally, Peaches decided that enough was enough. So that night, when it was dark, the girl got up from off the sofa and tiptoed out to the greenhouse. There, her father was making the best of it by trying to sleep on a bag of compost. Psst, Dad, she hissed, not wanting her mother to know she was conspiring with her father. Oh, hello, love, said Dad, who now looked completely beaten by life. He was unshaven, unwashed, and his hair was sticking up in the most ludicrous way. One side of his face was blackened by compost. What are you doing out of bed? I mean, off the sofa, he asked. We need to do something about all these dogs. We can't live like this. I know. But what? Soon we're going to be sharing the house with 200 dogs. I've been thinking that. Niger is scared of cats, right? Yes, he is. He runs a mile whenever he sees one. Or maybe Nigella and all the 99 puppies might be scared of them too. Maybe our Tibetan Mastiffs are. So, we don't have a cat. Not yet, but let's buy a kitten. You're a genius. Peaches blushed. First thing in the morning, while Posse was bathing her 101 dogs, Peaches and Dad raced to the local pet shop. There they found a most adorable-looking white fluffy kitten named Snowflake. Then they arrived home. Peaches had Snowflake under her coat. Once inside the hallway of the home, the girl called out, Mother! I'm busy preparing 200 steaks for the doggies' breakfast, she hollered from the kitchen at the end of the hallway. Oh, don't worry, Mom. I picked up something I think they'll much prefer. Called back Peaches. Are you sure about this? Hissed Dad. We can't always get another kitten. What? Spluttered Dad. I am joking, of course. Don't worry. I'll keep a firm hold on Snowflake, she replied, taking out the kitten from under her coat and giving the adorable little thing a gentle stroke. If you're sure, said Dad. The girl nodded before shouting, Come on, doggies! In an instant, 101 dogs charging towards them. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Niger led the pack with Nigella and the 99 puppies not far behind. Look, Niger, shouted the girl, showing him the kid. Meow! It meowed. The sight of the little white fluffy kitten was enough to send a shaking Niger into a fit of howling. Woo! As Peaches had predicted, all the other dogs were scared of the tiny kitten too. Woo! They all began howling. Woo! Hissed Snowflake. The dogs were terrified. They scrambled over each other, and as they bounded back down the hallway, stomp, 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 they flooded into the kitchen, a tsunami of Tibetan Mastiffs. They swept Mom clean off her feet. Ah! She flew into the air. The dog charged at the back door, smashing it off the hinges. Poshy Pooch landed on Niger's back. Thump! The dog scattered into the garden, bursting through the fence. Bash! And disappeared off into the distance. Mom was still riding Niger on Niger's back, and the dog showed no signs of slowing down. Help! She cried. She was so far away that there was nothing for her daughter and husband could do. Soon the giant dogs were nothing more than dots on the horizon. Not sure where they are off to in such a hurry, remarked Dad. By the look of it, began Peaches, Nigel is running all the way back to the pet. Terry Tetch, the father who refused to cue. No. Terry Tetch. No one likes crooning. You never meet a single person who says, my favorite harpy is standing in queues all day long. Then, when I finally get to the front, I go straight to the back so I can queue all over again. Queues are boring. Queues are time-consuming. Queues make your feet ache, but they are a necessity. You have to queue to get to the thing you want to do, get on the bus, have your school dinner, go on a ride on the fair. British people are exceptionally good at queuing. Queuing is invented by a British lady, Duchess Queenie Q. In 1766, her husband had just invented a toilet, as it was the only toilet in Britain at that time. There were a lot of people clamoring to use it. Everyone in Britain, in fact. There was nothing short of a stampede of people who needed to go, so the Duchess made everyone stand in line to take turns to use her husband's great invention. The queue for the one and only toilet in the country stretched the entire length of the Britain Isles. As soon as you had gone, it was sensible to go and join the end of the queue again, as by the time you reach the front of the line, you most likely need to go again. Now, everyone else is expected to queue. However, there once was a man who refused to queue, Terry Tuck. If he saw a queue for anything, even a queue for one person, which isn't really a queue until you join it, he would have an extreme reaction. His red hair would stand on end, his glasses would steam up, his legs would shake, his nostrils would flare, and his ears would flap so much you might think you were going to take off. Terry always embarrassed his two sons, Ted and Todd, by coming up with the most extraordinary excuses for why you should never queue. If there was a long line at the local burger chain, Terry would tell the server, I've been lost at sea. I haven't eaten anything for 3 years except seagull poop. Please, I beg you, let me get my chicken nuggets, chips, and chocolate milkshake first. Everyone in the line would give it the trio dirty looks as Terry dragged the twins to the front. Then there was a crocodile of people waiting to enter the football stadium. Terry would shout, I'm England's new star striker. I know I am old and a bit pudgy, but I am playing today. Let me through. Todd and Ted's faces would blush bright red as their father elbowed his way to the front. Worst of all when Terry was faced with a really long queue to get on the bus. Let me through, he shouted, pulling the twins along, barging people out of the way. This bus isn't going anywhere without me. How's that so? Called an elderly lady struggling with her shopping trolley. Because I have to sit at the back and pet her. Todd and Ted wished the ground would swallow them up. The twin brothers were turning tense, so their father asked them what they would like to do, a special birthday treat. I promise to take you anywhere you like. He said, just name it, anywhere at all. Twins looked at each other. They both said in unison, Loopy Land. No, cried Dad. Wirt Loopy was the American billionaire who made cartoon films and who had built the world's greatest theme park. He died as an old man many years ago, but he had his head deep frozen so he could be brought back to life in the future. Now, the future had arrived, and his head was attached to a robot body, and he was back running Loopy Empire. Wirt Loopy, most famous character was the Loopy the leopard, a leopard who was, you guessed it, loopy. The character had been around for nearly 100 years and could be found on children's lunchboxes, pencil cases, and underpants, often hollering the catchphrase, Loopy, Loopy, Loo! So loved were all things loopy that children from all over the world dreamed of one day going to Loopy Land. The only problem was with Loopy Land was the queues. The queues for the most popular rides were so long that they had snaked for miles around the park. You would spend the entire day queuing for the Loopy coaster, or the Loopy log flume, or the Loopy Land, and then the ride would be over in a matter of moments. The Loopy Haunted House attraction lasted just 1 second. You walked in the front door. A teenager in a Loopy the leopard costume would poo at you and then shove you out through the back door. There was nowhere on earth than Terry Tuck would rather not be in Loopy Land. Loopy Land was a nightmare for someone who hated queues. But he had promised his boys, so how could Terry take his twins to Loopy Land and not have a queue? The man needed a plan. Terry's great-great-great-aunt lived in the attic of the family home. Aunt Ursula was a terrifying snake of a lady, forever hissing and baring her fierce fangs if the boys came too near. She was absolutely ancient. No one knew how old exactly, not even her. And Ursula had a metal-framed card walker, in case she ever went out, but she never did, preferring to bark orders at the Tech family to do her bidding. Terry had a naughty idea. If only he could borrow the walker for the trip to Loopy Land, then he could pretend he couldn't stand well enough to wait in line. The staff at Loopy Land would let him go straight to the front of the queue for every single ride. The plan was so simple, it was brilliant. There was one big problem. How would Terry get his hands on his great-great-great-aunt's walker? There was no way the old snake would let him have it, even though she lived in the attic of his home. She loathed her great-great-great-nephew. Terry decided a dawn raid was the best plan. So, on the day of the trip to Loopy Land, Terry crept upstairs to the attic and, with the sound, opened the door. Zzz, zzz, zzz. And Ursula was snoring away. Her false teeth, or rather fangs, were sunk in a glass of water on her bedside table, and her walker squatted next to it. Terry tiptoed over to the walker, picked it up, and swung it over the bed. As he did so, one of the walker's 4 metal legs clunked into the glass of water containing the old snake's false fangs. Kerblink! No, thought Terry, as the glass, water, and false fangs hit the floor. Tink, splash, doof. The fangs clattered across the floorboard as if they were alive. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The noise woke up Aunt Ursula with a start. She opened one beady eye, then another. "What are you doing with my walker, you nasty little squirt?" she barked, though her words sounded a bit muffled, as she didn't have her first fangs in. Just borrowing it, Aunt Ursula, Timmy replied, dashing to the door with the walker. Stupidly, he was holding the walker with weights, so it smashed to the door frame. Thunk! It allowed just enough time for the old snake to slide out of bed onto the floor. Slump! Then she scooped up her escaping false fangs with the long, bony fingers and pushed them into her mouth. "Sssss," she hissed. Next, it slithered across the floor on her tummy and dug her fangs into the great-great-great-nephew's ankle. Chomp! "Ah!" screamed Terry. He speedily spun the walker around and charged down the stairs. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Aunt Ursula was still biting his ankles, and she was not letting go. She slid down the staircase behind him, slunk, 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 all the time sinking her fangs deeper and deeper into Terry's flesh. Ah! On hearing their father scream, Ted and Todd leaped out of bed of their bunk beds. "Dad!" yelled Ted. "What's going on?" shouted Todd. "Get in the car!" ordered their father. "But," they replied, "we are still in our pajamas." "I said, get in the car." The boys did as they were told. They hurtled down the stairs, hurried out the front door, and bundled themselves into the back of the car. Meanwhile, Aunt Ursula was slowing Terry down to a stop. As much as he tried to shake her off, the old snake just wouldn't let go. There was only one thing for it. Terry leaned down and tickled his great-great-great-aunt under her chin. She half laughed, half screamed, opening her mouth. "Ah!" Leaving her fangs still biting on into his ankle. Terry made a dash for it, slamming the front door shut behind him. Shunt. Still holding the walker, he tried to force it into the car through the door, but it was too wide and just wouldn't let go. Kerplunk, kerchunk, kernunk. Thinking fast, he whipped the bird off his dressing gown and lashed the walker to the roof of the car. Then he leaped into the driver's seat and started the engine. When the plane, with the walker strapped to his roof, finally landed in America, he stopped off at the first shop at the airport. There he bought a tin of talcum powder and a black pen. "What do you need those for, Dad?" asked Ted, still in his pajamas. "Just you watch," he replied. Then he proceeded to tip the whole tin of talcum powder over his head. Whoomph! A huge white cloud exploded into the airport, which made the boys cough and splutter. "What on earth are you doing?" demanded Todd, also still in his pajamas. "I haven't finished yet," replied Terry, proceeding to draw lines on his face with a pen. "Have you gone nuts, Dad?" asked Todd. "Not unreasonably. Far from it," replied Dad with a mischievous grin. "And don't call me Dad anymore. Call me Granddad. In fact, don't call me Granddad. Call me Great-Granddad. Watch." With that, Dad grabbed the walker and shuffled along the airport walkway. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. He was pretending to be a very, very, very old man, complete with white hair and thick lines all over his face. Before, after. This way, we won't have to queue for a single ride at Loopyland. But we don't mind queuing, do we, Todd? Asked Ted. No, everybody else has to, so why shouldn't we? Agreed Todd. Because I cannot queue, yelled Terry attack. He was so loud that everyone in the airport looked around. Relishing his mistake, Terry instantly went back to being the boy's great-grandfather and shuffled off towards the exit. Shiver, shiver, shiver. I've got a bad feeling about this, remarked Ted. Me too, added Todd. A short while later, the three found themselves outside the tar gates to the world's greatest theme park. Ted and Todd could barely contain their excitement. The boys were literally jumping up and down with joy. Boing, boing, Loopyland! Of course, their father was doing no such talking, no such thing. Instead, he was holding tightly to the walker and shuffled slowly towards the ticket office past a mile-long line of folks queuing to buy their tickets. Hello, began Terry, even putting on an old wobbly voice to go with his supposedly old wobbly legs. Please, can you help me? He asked the ticket seller. I am 101 years old. So, asked the bored, bubblegum-blowing teenager behind the window. So, I am very old and don't walk too good. That's why I have got this sort of thing, he said, rattling his walker. Vitter, vitter, vitter. And, young man, I definitely 100% without any doubt whatsoever cannot queue, not even for a second. Do you hear me? Not 1 second. The ticket seller rolled his eyes and reached for a middle box. Here you go, Grandpa, he said as he slid 3 gold passes under the window. Yes, no queuing, exclaimed Terry, jumping up and down. As he did so, a fog of talcum powder clouded the air. What's that? Asked the ticket seller. It's where, he sputtered. Dad was in trouble. The impossibly long queue of folks waiting began eyeballing him suspiciously. Dandruff, cried Terry, thinking fast. That's a heck of a lot of dandruff. Welcome to Loopyland, and said the ticket seller. Next! Gold passes meant they could go straight to the front of any queue in the whole of Loopyland. The most popular attraction there was the loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop. The loopy coaster. This was the roller coaster that opened loop-de-loop on incredible 10 times in a row. The lines for a roller coaster snaked many miles all around the park. It took days, weeks, months, sometimes even years to have your turn. The good news was that sometimes children were so short to be allowed to the rides when you joined the queue had grown tall enough in the intervening times. So after the huge lunch in Loopyland, lunch of loopy burgers, loopy fries, and loopy chocolate shakes, the Tech family made their way to the roller coaster. I'm not sure about this, hissed Ted. It's the longest line I've ever seen, added Todd. People are going to hate us, Dad. Shh, hissed your father. It's great-grandfather. Remember, trust me, we'll go straight to the front. The 2 boys shook their heads as they followed their father to the front of the queue. Terry shuffled on Aunt Ursula's walker on the way. Shiver, shiver, shiver. Lord Snake's vast fangs were still locked on his ankle. Those families who had been waiting to ride the roller coaster for entirely, some holding babies, had been born during the time their parents had been queuing, fumed at seeing the 3 pushed past him. Hey, who do you think you are? Get to the back of the line. Come along, my grandsons, called he in his best wobbly voice. Ted and Todd looked at each other nervously and walked through the gates to the ride. Instantly, they were seated in the front row of the loopy coasters. Terry had the smuggest of smug grins on his face as the carriage chugged up the impossibly steep slopes that seemed to stretch all the way to the sky. This was the calm before the storm. The storm came. As soon as the peak had been reached, the carriages carried down the terrific speed. Zoom! They leaped the first loop. Ted and Todd noticed that their father's face was beginning to turn green. That loopy burger, those loopy fries, and that loopy chocolate shake were coming back for an encore. Loop! As each loop passed, Terry Tech's face became greener and greener. Loop! At first, it was light green, then a dark green. Loop! Before coming parrot green. Loop! The next thing they knew, their father's face had turned a pute green. Loop! No, a luminous green. Loop! A day-glow green. Loop! A fluorescent green. Loop! Before settling on a vomit green. Loop! This meant only one thing. Their father was about to spew. Ugh. And spew he did. Because of the G-force of the traveling so fast upside down, the thunder came out of his mouth. Hurr! And splurged right back into his face. Splat! As the final loop was looped, Terry Tech found himself covered head to toe in his own yak attack. At last, the roller coaster came to an abrupt halt. Scoop! Dum! Ted and Todd helped their poor father off the ride. The man couldn't see a thing. He rubbed his head with his sleep wipe at once. All the age lines from the pen came off, as did, of course. All the talcum powder with which he covered his hair. The 101-year-old man had been unmasked in front of the entire crew for the loopy coaster. He's a faker. He's no order dude. He jumped the queue. The angry shouts came thick and fast. I am a great-great-grandpa, protested Terry. Liar, cheat, phony. Looking at the angry mob circling, Terry shouted, Run! Run he did, his boys trailing close behind. There was no time to grab Aunt Ursula's walker, which was left discarded by the side of the little roller coaster. He never even needed that thing. What a piece of work. Get him! In no time, the entire queue of people for the loopy coaster was chasing the Tech family. The three ran straight into a huge Loopyland musical parade. The great built Loopy himself was at the front, his old head on his new robot body, with all his cartoon animals chums following on behind, singing the Loopyland song. We love Loopyland, Loopyland we love. If you don't love Loopyland, off you can shove. There was Loopy the leopard, of course, Barmy the baboon, Wacky the walrus, Crackers the crocodile, and a Wamba the wombat. As Terry Tech barged through the parade, he did the unthinkable. He knocked over Wirt Loopy. Thud. Ah! Yelled the billionaire as his old head became detached from his new robot body and rolled off. Thunder. As Terry and his sons raced away, he detached head shouted, Cartoon animals of Loopyland! After them! Dad, I can't run anymore. I've got a stitch. called Ted, clutching his tummy. And I've got wobbly legs, complained Todd. Ahead was a Loopyland Loopy-Mobile. Terry pulled the driver out and jumped in. Come on, boys, he shouted, and Ted and Todd leaped into the back. As the Loopy-Mobile raced off, the cartoon animals caught up and pounced on it. Loopy and the Loopy the leopard was on the bonnet. Barmy the baboon was on the roof. Wacky the walrus was in the windscreen. Nutty the newt was on the boot. Quackers the crocodile was clinging onto the door, and Wamba the wombat was on the back window. Terry drove the Loopy-Mobile as fast as he could, swerving into ice cream vans and toy stands to try to shake them off. Crash bang, wallop! One by one, the animals were hurled to the ground. One only Loopy leopard remained. The cartoon animal crawled around the footwell of the buggy. Get off! Shouted Terry, but Loopy the leopard went to grab the man's ankle to stop him pushing down on the accelerator pedal. As he did so, Loopy pressed hard on Aunt Ursula's front fangs that were still locked onto Terry's flesh. Owie! Screamed Terry. His foot came off the accelerator pedal, and the Loopy-Mobile lurched to a halt. Ted turned to Todd. We're in big trouble. The biggest, replied Todd to Ted. Wamba the wombat had picked up with Bert Loopy's head and brought it over to them. The old man had gone scarlet with fury. Think you don't need to cue, do you? I'm going to teach you a lesson you will never forget. The cartoon animals grabbed the Tech family and marched them through the Loopyland as the crowd of visitors are jeered. Boo! Loopyland fans, called Edward Loopy's detached head. I need your help. I need you all to form the longest queue you can for the loop, 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 Loopy coaster. There's Loopyland pencil for everyone who says completely free. Instantly, everyone did that, what the kindly billionaire had asked. Thanks a billion, said the hand. Now take this man to the back of it. Terry was sweating and shaking as the cartoon animals dragged him to the back of the queue. As he was placed there, his hair stood up on end, and his glasses steamed up, his nostrils flared, his legs shook, and his ears flapped so much he actually lifted off the ground. Whoosh! Terry was shaking so much that the old snake's false fangs fell off his anchor. Clatter. Whose are these? Asked Loopy's head. My great Aunt Ursula's, replied Terry. Well, the poor old dear must be needing them back. I bet she's kindly sore. Pick them up, please, somebody. I would, but I have no hands, arms, or indeed body. I will call Aunt Ursula, such a pretty name, and reunite her back with her teeth. Now, your boys have done nothing wrong. The only crime is having a terrible father. Boys, you can have a free Loopy Nugget. Ted and Todd smiled. Thank you. Just one Loopy Nugget to share, continued Bert Loopy's head before returning his gaze at Terry. You will be made to stand and wait for the longest time anyone had ever waited for anything. So Terry waited and waited and waited. His ears flapped so much that he had tied to the ground to stop him from flying off. His glasses cracked, flap, flap, flap. And then he waited some more. His hair stood on end. What seemed like a lifetime passed before Terry was finally at the front of the queue and ready to take his seat on the Loopy coaster. The safety bar came down, pinning him to his seat, and the Loopy coaster began its slow ascent to the sky. Terry turned his head to see who was sitting next to him. Horror upon horror. It was Aunt Ursula. The old snake turned to him, opened her mouth, and bared her fangs. "Revenge!" she hissed as she leaned over to take a bite. "No!" screamed Harry. "No!" Miss Tuttlelage, the mother who was also her son's teacher. Books, books, and more books. Miss Tuttlelage. Horror upon horror upon horror. Just imagine if your mom was also your teacher. It was the worst of both worlds. Think, you're in your room, lying on your bed, listening to some music, when your mom teacher bursts in and demands spare embarrassment. Or even worse, you are at school in the middle of math lessons, and your mom teacher burst in and said, "I have your dirty socks and underpants now. I'm nipping home to get a boiler wash." And the entire classroom, 130 children, laugh their heads off. Ha, ha, ha. This is exactly the nightmare that Thomas Tuttlelage was facing when moved up from the little school to big school. His mother, Tutor Tuttlelage, was an English teacher in Wapping High, the school where Thomas was about to become one of her pupils. The pair lived together in a tiny house, bursting with books. There were books on shelves, piled up on the floor, and stacked on tables. They were Miss Tuttlelage's passion, and one she shared with her son. Thomas was something of a swot and always had his nose in a book. His mother was an old-fashioned lady who wore thick glasses and had an explosion of frizzy hair. The first thing anyone noticed about her, though, was her height, or rather, lack of it. Miss Tuttlelage only came up to most people's waists. Thomas had inherited the same explosion of frizzy hair and the need to wear thick glasses and a lack of height from his mother, of course. The boy loved his mom, but he did find her embarrassing at times. She was a kind of mother who, when you were out of the shops, would ask everyone 10 seconds if you needed a pee. Or say in front of your friends, "Now, son, did you remember to wipe your body?" So it would come as no surprise to see that Thomas had grave misgivings about becoming a pupil at his mother's school. The night before his first day, the boy sat up in his bed and asked, "Mom, what's it going to be like tomorrow, us both being in the same school and all that?" "Oh, Tiny Tom," she began, putting down her son's hot milk and perching on the edge of his bed. The boy grimaced. How he hated being called Tiny Tom. "It will be magically wondrous and wondrously magical," continued Mother. "Just think, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll be sitting side by side on the school bus like two peas in a pod. Together we can recite all the time tables to pass the time. Or even better, sing the alphabet song ABC. What larks!" "No," thought Thomas. He wanted to be laughing and joking with other kids on the school bus, not doing the 2 times table and sing his way through all the letters of the alphabet. "Then, Mommy can take the register, she continued. "I've made sure you're in my class, and I won't need to call out your name, Tom. I can just say, 'Darling, are you here?' And you can reply, 'Here, Mommy, dearest.'" No, thought Thomas. This was getting worse and worse. "Then we can share refreshing squash and yummy scrummy biscuits at break time. Fiddle-dee-dee. No, nothing fiddle-dee-dee or indeed fiddle-dum-dum about it. Now I know what you're thinking. I will be missing my mommy at our lunchtime. I will not be thinking that, he thought. Not in a billion years. We won't be missing each other too much, because we'll have our lessons together, silly Billy Bumpkins. No, don't call me silly Billy Bumpkins. And I know you will always be tip-top of the class, as you will have extra lessons at home. No! The boy wanted to spend his weekends playing footy in the park, not inside doing extra lessons. All the other boys and girls think you are so cool coming top to the class every single time. No, they won't. It will really annoy them. And then, instead of having lunch in noisy old dining hall, me and you can have our own delightful little picnic on the lawn outside, just the two of us. No, you won't be missing your friends, because any time you like, we can give them a little wave together. Woohoo! No one is ever going woohoo to anyone. Then after school, Mommy will have to take detention. So instead of going home and watching cartoons, you can sit in on detention with me. It's only an hour or two, and you can get on with your homeworks. Or if you fancy, you can write some lines yourself. Lines can be fun. Don't worry, I will tell the naughty children that you done not anything bad and are in fact the bestest boy in the whole of Whopping High, if not the world. No, this sounds like the worst day ever. So how does all that sound, Tiny Tom Tom? Pretty perfect, if you ask me. Perfectly awful, more like, thought the boy. Thomas didn't know where to start. It was heart-chokingly, tummy-turningly, butt-wrenchingly hideous. None of what his mother said could ever happen, or his life would be over. Thomas would be a laughingstock, not just with the kids, but with the teachers too. A laughingstock forever and ever and ever, and then for some more on top, ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Mom, began Thomas hesitantly. He was a nice boy and didn't want to be cruel. He had to choose his words carefully. Yes, Tom, she replied brightly. Don't take this wrong way, but when I go to Whopping High, can we please pretend we aren't related? Silence. Mother's eyes welled with tears, and I took a look of terrible sadness settled on her face. You're joking, Tom. No, I am not joking, Mother. But why on earth would we pretend not to know each other, Tom? She stammered. There's no greater bond than that special bond between mother and son. Thomas sighed. He didn't want to say it, but he had to, because if everyone knows you're my mom, it's going to be really embarrassing. Silence again. But why, Tom? You're not ashamed of your dear old mother, are you? She pleaded. No, he replied a little too quickly to be believed. It's just what? She pressed. It'll be better this way. This way I can just blend in with all the other kids. Don't worry. We don't have to pretend not to know each other for long. It's only for the next 7 years. His mom's eyes blossomed with tears. I just have some marking to do. She lied as she fled her son's bedrooms. Oops, said the boy. His hot marks was now cold mix, so he lay down to sleep. Dawn broke from Thomas's first day at Whopping High. After a frosty breakfast, mother and son walked to the bus stop without a word. Then, when the school bus came, the pair sat at different ends. Mother at the very front and Thomas at the very back. An older girl with sticky-out ears sat down to the nervous-looking Thomas. The boy's eyes were darting around the bus, checking no one was staring at him. The girl, Clara, leaned closer and peered at him. New boy, aren't you? New boy, are you? She asked. Me? Yes. Do you know, you look exactly like Mr. Tutelage, she observed. Who is she? Asked the boy, mock innocently. The English teacher. She's sitting right there, said Clara, pointing to the front of the school bus. Thomas looked at the lady. I have never seen her before in my life, he replied. Claudia was not convinced. Same here, same thick glasses, same problem reaching for things in high shelves. I'd bet a year's pocket money she is your mother. No, he snapped. She's not. I didn't know that woman at all. Now, please let me get on with some private reading. He then brought out the complete works of William Shakespeare from his satchel and began to flick through pages. Clara smiled to herself. She knew the boy was hiding something. Thomas sighed with relief, and the bus ride came to an end. Still not looking at each other, mother and son passed through the school gates. A tall sign outside read whopping high. Thomas was immediately struck by how much the other kids towered over him. Some of the bigger boys even had mustaches. Not bushy ones or fluffy ones, but mustaches are the same. Miss Tutelage peered off towards her classroom, or Thomas Tutelage peered off towards his. The boy looked to check his mother had kept going when Thomas Tutelage bounded into two biggest boys in school. Trouble. These two didn't just have mustaches. They had fur all over their faces. Fluff all over their faces. Bearded boys. If you could call these brutish boys, they were men, really. They must have been 18 years old, even though they looked older. Maybe they'd been kept down a score year every year for about 20 years for failing all their exams. Whatever, they were definitely the biggest boys in school. And Thomas Tutelage was the littlest. The pair were actually identical twins. Double trouble. Ray and Roy slab. Sorry, chirped Thomas, hoping that would be the end of it. Sadly, that was only the start of it. What are you looking at? One of them barked, and it was Ray. Anyone who has ever been asked this question by a bully will know that there is no good answer. Whatever you say, there will be trouble. Trouble. Your knees, replied Thomas. It was a perfectly reasonable reply, as he was indeed head height with the monster's knobbly knees. Are you trying to be funny? Barked the other. That was Roy. Now, anyone who has been asked this question by a bully will know that, once again, any answer you give is going to make things worse. Yes, you get a thump. No, you also get a thump. Not sure, sputtered the boy. He's not sure. He said he's not sure, sneered Roy. Yes, I just said that. So did I. I said it first, though. Did you? Yes. The being kept back a year every year for 20 years thing seemed increasingly likely. Ray and Roy were not destined to solve the world's energy crisis anytime soon. As they urged between themselves, Thomas began to tiptoe off to his classroom. Where do you think you're going? Demanded Ray. Once again, there was no answer that could make things better. Sneaky little runt, growled Roy. He looks like that English teacher, Miss Miss Tutankhamun, Miss Archbishop Desmond Tutu. No, I don't look like Miss Tuttlage. If that is who you mean, protested Thomas. Oh, aren't you a clever clog, being able to pronounce the brute still couldn't pronounce it. We need to teach the sneaky little swat a lesson, said Ray. With that, the terrible twins began bearing down on the boy. By now, a crowd was forming a circle around them in the playground. He was taken on the slab twins. He is taken on the slab twins, shouted a dark-haired boy named Micah. On his first day at school, cried out a spotty girl standing near him. He is bananas, concluded a boy with a broken nose. Let's play basketball with him, said Roy. I'm too short to play basketball, stammered Thomas. You don't need to be tall. You are going to beat a bar, said Ray, picking the boy up by his collar before scrunching him up into the shape of a bar. Then Ray tossed him to Roy. Whoosh went Thomas through the air. Help! Called out the boy. You can't get away with this. We can't get away with anything, said Roy, catching him and hurling him back. How? Demanded a flying Thomas. Our dad, Mr. Slab, teaches here. It was difficult to imagine things getting worse, but worse things got. Instead of tossing the boy across the playground, the Slab twins now began bouncing him up and down on the bottom. Boing, boing, boing. The bullies dribbled and passed a boy bar or bar boy all the way along to the hoop at the end of the playground. Before he knew it, Thomas was lobbed high into the air, whoosh, and landed in the hoop, thwang. Despite being small for his age, Thomas was bigger than the basketball, and he became stuck in the hoop. Help! He cried. Somebody get a teacher! We'll get a teacher, you little snitch! Snapped Roy, and in no time their father had appeared. Boo! Booed the children in the playground as Mr. Slab appeared from around the corner of his sports hall. They all loathed the great big brutish bully. He made them do cross-country runs in rain, wind, and snow. Oh, shut up. There are a lot of you, he barked back. Mr. Slab was even taller than his sons. The beast was bulging out of his bright red tracksuit and had a thick black beard that went all the way down to his belly button, which was on display. His eyebrows were like two big furry caterpillars, and hair sprouted from every place imaginable. His ears, his nose, his ankles, his neck. Even the palms of his hands were hairy, and that isn't even true of the orangutan. Spot the difference. Mr. Slab's hand, orangutan's hand. What's going on here, then? Muttered Slab Sr. He was so tall he was able to reach up the hoop and pluck the boy out by his collar. Thank you, Mr. Slab, exclaimed Thomas. If the boys thought the teacher had come to rescue him, he was wrong. Oh, get your bar stuck, did you boys? The man chuckled. Yeah, Dad, snorted his sons. Here you go, he said before hurling the boy back to his twins. Whoosh! Ah! Screamed Thomas. For goodness sake, call for your mom, Miss Tuttlage, cried out Clodagh, the girl from the bus. She had rushed into the playground with the growing hordes of children. For the last time, Miss Tuttlage is not my mother, called the boy. What's the matter with you? Huffed Clodagh, steam coming from her sticky-out ears. She started out of the playground as the boy was hurled from the slab to another. Some of the children tried to help Thomas by jumping up on the three monsters. Get off him! It's cruel! Stop it! But none could match the might of the slabs, and they were hurled to the ground. Thomas closed his eyes. He couldn't take this any more. what he didn't see was his mother charging out of the school building, pulling a trolley full of books, with Clara trailing behind. "Put my son down," bellowed the little teacher. "I was right," exclaimed the girl. "Yes, she is my mother. And mother, I'm sorry, but I really need you to save me right now." "Clear off, Four Eyes," shouted Mr. Slab at Miss Tutledge. "We're having fun." The worried mother watched her son sail past her through the sky. "Right, you asked for it," she declared. She turned to the girl. "Claudia Austin, please. Pride and Prejudice? No, the complete works, please." Claudia ran her eyes through the long lines of books until she found a hefty tome. "The complete works of Miss Jane Austen," she chirped. "Thank you kindly, Claudia." "Gold star," said Miss Tutledge. "Thank you, miss." Then the teacher marched over to Ray and thwacked him so hard with the book that he flew all the way over the fence. Whoosh! Ah! And landed head first in a pond. Splash! Ray's big fat feet could be seen poking out of the water, and as ducks pecked at his bottom, all the kids in the playground cheered to see his bully finally get his comeuppance. "Hurrah! One down, two to go," muttered the lady. "Wired, I think next." "Yes, miss," said Claudia, and in an instant she found the right book. One of her favorites. The Plays and Poems of Mr. Oscar Wilde. "Another gold star, Claudia," said the teacher, taking the weighty volume. "Thank you, miss." Brandishing the book, Miss Tutledge charged at Roy, who was in the middle of hurling her son back to his dad. Thwack! She thwacked Roy so wildly with Wilde that he shot up into the air. Whoosh! No! Before coming down back and landing on a very tall tree. Roy hit every branch on the way down. Doink, doink, doink. Before dangling upside down from the bottom branch by his trousers. Everyone could see Roy's bright green Incredible Hulk underpants. Arrgh! Once again, all the kids roared their approval. Hurrah! This left only one Slab standing, Mr. Slab. "You won't dare, Fizzbar," he exclaimed. "Oh, I do dare, Mr. Slab. I do dare. Now, let me think. Dickens, the complete novels of Charles Dickens," announced Claudia as she straightened to lift the leather-bound book, the heftiest of the lot. "I can't lift it, miss. I'm sorry," she cried. "Charles Dickens wrote a lot of novels. 15 novels, but we can do it bigger, Claudia." Miss Tutledge chirped, and together they charged at Mr. Slab with the book. "I will throw your son," he threatened. "Careful, mother," shouted Thomas. "Kids," she called out to the children in the playground. "Yes," they called back. "Get ready to catch my tom-tom." "What the—" began Thomas. But before he could say whatever he was going to say next, his mother and her star pupil charged at the PE teacher. Mr. Slab threw the boy high into the air. "No!" cried Thomas as he flew upwards. Whoosh! Just then, thunk! Mr. Slab was hit by 15 Dickens novels at once, and he shot up into the air. "Ah!" he screamed. Whoosh! Traveling up to the sky, Mr. Slab met Thomas on the way down. Whoosh! "Bad luck, sir," said the boy as he landed on a sea of little arms. Slab could feel himself slowing. He lingered in the air for a moment, but began his descent. "Catch me!" he called out to the kids below, but they are scattered out of the way, and he landed on a dustbin. Clank! "Best place for him," remarked Miss Tutledge as the kids in the playground celebrated. "Hurrah!" Ah! Thomas ran into his mother's arms, and she scooped him. Thank you, mother, dearest, he said. Oh, smarted the lady. I thought you were embarrassed by me. I'm sorry. No, you are the best, bravest mother in the whole wide world, and I love you. Right in front of everyone, he gave his mom a great big kiss. And I love you too, my precious adored life for Tiny Tom Tom. I can see why he pretended not to know her, muttered Clara. Bring! The bell rang for the start of lessons. Well, what an eventful first day, remarked Miss Tuttlage. It certainly has been, replied her son. Now, after all that excitement, Tom-Tom, she said, are you sure you don't need a poo-poo? Mother! Cried the boy before they both burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. All the other children laughed too. Ha, ha, ha. Even though his mother taught at a score, Thomas was never ever bullied or teased again. That's because everyone now knew that Mr. Tutor Tuttlage was one mean mama. Monty Monopolies. The father who kept his boys' toys all to himself. Mine, mine, mine. Monty monopolized. Once there was two brothers who dreaded their birthdays, Christmas times, and even Easter. Surely our children love receiving presents. No, not these two. Mo and Curly loathed those times of the year. The reasons were simple. Their father, Monty Monopolies, would give the boys toys and then never let them play with them. Instead, he would hog them all for himself. A car and racing track went straight into the garage for Monty to amuse himself with alone. Mo and Curly were not even allowed to look at it in case they broke it with their eyes. A train set suffered a similar fate. It was kept in the lock and key in the attic, and Father had hidden the key. A remote control fighter plane would be taken to the park and only flown by Monty. Although when he crashed into the park keeper, he handed the remote control to his son, so they had to take the plane. However, Monty's favorite toy in the world was Bricko. It's a line of building sets with bricks made of different colored plastics. Monty bought his two sons boxes and boxes of that stuff. Merry Christmas, chaps, Monty would announce. Thank you, Father, they would reply, their little eyes lighting up with glee. Then, as soon as they had unwrapped it and exclaimed, Bricko, brilliant! The man would snatch it back from them. Don't you worry, chaps. Father will put this one together for you. With that, he would disappear to his bedrooms and start birding. Over the years, Monty had collected every single Bricko set. A Bricko Queen Victoria, a Bricko Clog, a Bricko Jelly, a Bricko Beard, a Bricko Gerber, a Bricko Poop, a Bricko Microwave Oven, a Bricko Marshmallow, a Bricko Cactus, a Bricko Mobility Scooter. Mr. Monopolies was bananas about Bricko. He would snap the bricks to one another all day, click, 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 and all night, click, click, click. If Mo and Curly tried to help snap the bricks together, he would shoo them out of his bedroom. Be gone! Bricko is only to be played with by grown-ups, not children. Kids love to use Bricko to build their own weird and wonderful creations. Not Monty. No, he followed the impossibly long instruction booklet to the absolute letter. Bricko sets had to be built perfectly to plan. After one afternoon, Monty Monopolies was on the way home from work at a frozen pea factory. The job was counting out the peas for each bag, 327. Not one more, not one less. The man always walked home the long way round so that he could go past the Brico superstore. That afternoon, Monty spotted the gigantic new building set box that took up the whole of the shop window. It was the largest set Brico had ever produced. 1,000,000 pieces. The earth, yes, a gigantic mother of the earth. Monty's eyes widened with delight. This was the most detailed model Brico had ever produced. Every continent, every ocean, every mountain range was represented. There was people, animals, fish swimming in the seas. Even Monty and his family home was there. And the model wasn't that much smaller than the real Earth. This could be Monty Monopoly's million-piece masterpiece. He had to have it. So he waited until Christmas and announced his sons. "This year I have bought you a joint present." "Is it Brico?" asked Mo, already knowing the answer. "Just you wait and see." "It is Brico, though, isn't it?" added Curly, rolling his eyes. "Well, don't spoil it for yourselves, but yes, it is, darling." He called out, "Bring in the present." Moira Monopolies, the boys' mother, was so fed up with her husband's Brico obsession that she rarely uttered a word. So, without saying a thing, Mother pushed the biggest gift you'd ever seen into the living room. The box was the size of a double-decker bus. Using all her might, she slid it through the door. The family cat, Brico, leaped out of the way. Meow! As the box hit the Brico Christmas tree. Doink. The plastic tree came crashing down on her husband's head. Whoosh! Boink! Breaking into pieces. "Ah! Careful!" he shouted as his sons chuckled to themselves. Ha ha ha. For a brief moment, a flicker of a smile crossed Moira's mouth. She must have knocked over the Christmas tree on purpose. "Naughty Mummy," thought the boys. "Merry Christmas," announced Father. "On the count of 3, you may unwrap. 3, 2. "Father, why don't you just open it?" asked Mo. "Cut out the middleman," added Curly. "Mo, Curly, I've absolutely no idea what you mean. This is your Christmas present, and I want you two boys to enjoy it. 1, unwrap." The boys shook their heads and reluctantly went to work ripping the wrapping paper up. Rip, wrap, rap. Finally, the box was repaired in all its glory. "Brico Earth," thought Mo, not quite believing what he was reading. 1,000,000 pieces, added Curly. "That is nuts! Well, I think you have both enjoyed your Christmas presents for long enough. Darling, please take the box upstairs to our bedroom." Mother shook her head in disbelief and pushed the box back out of the living room, running over her husband's foot in the process. "Ouch!" she cried. Once again she smirked to herself. Just then Mo whispered something to Curly's ear. "What's that?" demanded Father. "Nothing," chirped the boys together. "The two are up to something." "Never," replied Mo. "Enjoy playing with our latest present, Father," added Curly. Yes, I will. Merry Christmas, one and all." That Christmas morning, Monty set to work. He banned anyone from entering the bedroom, putting up a sign on the floor made with Brico bricks that read, "Entry strictly forbidden. No children allowed." Monty laid out all the hundreds of instruction booklets and thousands of individual bags of plastic bricks meticulously on the floor. This operation needed military precision, even if it was with only an arm of one. But as soon as he heard their father take his first pee break, the two boys crawled over to his bedroom door. The brothers had timed their father's piece and knew to exactly 27 seconds to pass water. So with father in the bathroom, Mo slid into the men's bedroom on his tummy, where Curly studied a stopwatch. Curly counted down from 27 to his brother would be out of the bedroom in a nick of time. 27, 26, 25, 24, he whispered. The boys' plan was simple. Mo needed to find the smallest piece of the Brickle Earth set. 23, 22, 21, 29, 20, 19. One that would make time for his father to realize that it was missing. 18, 17, 16, 15. One that came right at the end of the building process. 14, 13, 12, 11. So they could teach their father a lesson. 10, 9, 8, 7. Bingo! Mo found it. A tiny plastic brick of Monty himself. 6, 5, 4. Mo slid out of their father's bedroom, just catching his foot on one of the Brickle waters. 3, 2, 1, hissed Curly. Just then, their father returned from his pee. The men noticed that the life-size Brickle mother of Queen Victoria was wobbling. He looked around the room with suspicion. Seeing nobody there but him, he shrugged and returned to the building of earth. Clink, clink, clink. Night and day, brick after brick was snapped together. Clink, clink, clink. As the mother grew and grew, Monty had to knock down walls in the house to accommodate the huge mother. Bush! All this time, his wife looked on, shaking her head at the madness. Meanwhile, the boys kept their secrets from their father. Psst, Mo, have you still got it? Asked Curly as he lay at the bottom of the bunk. Shh, yes, I have, replied Mo as he lay on the top bunk. I have it right here. He opened his hand and showed his brother the treasure, the only one tiny brick of father that he'd taken. Now, all they had to do was play a waiting game. Days, weeks, and months went by until the entire house had been taken over by his gigantic mother of the earth. Monty had not just demolished the walls, but the floors of the house to accommodate his masterpiece. The south pour was at the very bottom of the house in the cellar, with the north pour at the very top, poking out of the roof. Now Monty was standing in the very tall ladder on the home straight. Clink, clink, clink. Just a few more bricks to snap together until Bigger Earth was complete. Clink, clink, clink. It had taken from Christmas Day to Christmas Day, an entire year. The two boys hardly contained their glee at what was about to come. Clink, clink. One more piece to go. Me, announced Monty to himself, and then silence. Where is it? No, this can't be. There's a piece missing. He called down to his sons. Have you seen a Brickle piece anywhere? No, they chirped together. Mo still had a tiny piece hidden in his very little hand. So under Monty's orders, the rest of the family began to hunt for the missing Brickle piece. Under the rug, Father called out from his ladder. On top of the bookshelf. They checked on top of the bookshelf. Inside the cat. They picked up Brickle the cat and shook her a little. Meow! But of course, there was no sign in her either. Soon poor mother looked exhausted, and Mo and Curly began to feel guilty that she'd been sent to this wild goose chase. Psst, Mother, whispered Mo. Shh, don't tell Father. But look, the boys opened his hand to reveal the tiny Brickle Monty. Moira beamed from ear to ear, clearly delighted. Her sons were playing a trick on their annoying father. What are you still conspiring about then, dear? demanded Monty. Nothing, lied the boys. Father didn't believe them. He slid down his ladder. Whiz! You know where the final piece is, boys, he said accusingly when he reached the bottom. No, we don't, they replied. Hold out your hands, he barked. Curly opened his hands. Nothing. Now you. Mo was sweating. He opened his left hand, keeping the other behind the back. Nothing. Then he swapped a piece into the other hand behind his back and opened his right hand. Nothing. Both at the same time, ordered his father. The boy sighed. He looked at his mother, who nodded. Reluctantly, Mo opened his hand. There was the missing piece. I knew it, exclaimed Naughty. We were half words, you and I. Wicked child. Now I'll finish my masterpiece. Father went to snatch the last piece of plastic, but just before he could, his wife picked it up, popped it in her mouth, and swallowed. Gulp! The boys burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Regurgitate that big piece at once! Monty boomed. Mother shook her head as her sons took her by the hand. Come on, Mom, let's not let him have it. Together the three raced up the ladder. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Monty charged after them. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Come back this instant, he shouted. They were now at the very top of the wobbling ladder. The only way to get away from Monty was to run right across the brick of earth. Don't you dare, barred Monty. Step away from my creation. It was actually meant to be our present, shouted Curly. Technically it is, burst Father. Then we can do what we like with it, replied Mo, still holding their mother's hand. The three ran across the North Pole, doing their best to avoid the Brico polar bears. Monty jumped on the earth in pursuit. The weight of all four of them on the mother made it rock out of space. Thunder. Suddenly, the monopolized family was running across the earth as it roared across the floor. Thunder, thunder, thunder. It smashed through the back wall of the house. Crash! Spun up through the garden and rolled over the garden shed, crushing it instantly. Crunch! It was like being part of some kind of circus act, trying to stay upright on the giant globe. But as fast as Monty went, he couldn't catch up with his family. They ran down through Greenland, Scandinavia, Russia, China, India, Australia, New Zealand, till they hit the South Pole. Then they ran to South America, Canada, and back to the North Pole again. The earth was rolling through garden fences, smash, demolishing walls, bush, even flattening houses. Thunder. Soon the monopolized family found themselves speeding down at a steep hill. The brick of earth roared faster and faster, and as it did so, it began to rattle. Rattle. Soon, like all brick models, it began to come apart. Plastic bricks, every color of the rainbow, showered all over the rock. Clunk, clunk, clunk. No! Screamed Monty. Jump! Shouted Mo, still clasping his mother's hand. He and Curly took their chances and leapt off into a hedge. Still, Monty sped on down the hill, the bricks coming loose here, there, and everywhere. Clunk, clunk, clunk. A giant hole appeared on the surface of the brick of earth, through which Monty tumbled. Whoosh! Ah! Father was now inside the mother of the earth, being tossed around like a ball in a brico spinner. Dump, dump, dump. Then the brick of earth smashed into a little car that was chugging up the road. Bang! Watch where you're going with that planet, cried the man inside, a newsagent named Raj. The motor shot up over the car high into the air. Whoosh! And began separating into hundreds of thousands of pieces. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Cried Monty as he tumbled towards the ground. Whoosh! Boof! Father hit the ground hard. Splat! As an avalanche of plastic bricks landed on top of him. Clink, clink, clink. Burying him alive, his family ran over to him. "Father!" shouted the boys. There was no answer. Their mother put her finger into her ear and began making bizarre honking noises. Her sons looked on in amazement as she began summoning something from the depths of her tummy. Honk, who? Huh. Eventually, the bricker piece she swallowed shot out of her mouth. Whizz! Landed in the palm of her hand. Ting! She then picked up a tiny plastic model of her husband and dropped it on top of the mountain of brico piece under which he was buried. "One more won't hurt," she remarked. Mo and Curly laughed. "Father will be fine. He can dig his way out. So, shall we head home?" she asked, taking her boys by their hands. "Mom," said Mo, "yes, I don't think we have a home anymore. It's been smashed to pieces," added Curly. "You are right, it has." The three thought for a moment. "I know," exclaimed Mo. "We can build a new one out of brico," added Curly. "Perfect," agreed Mother. Behind them, they failed to see Monty Monopoly's hand emerge from the mountain of plastic bricks. Father was alive. Immediately, Mo and Curly set to work. They used all the brico bricks they had in order to build a whole new house. The boys had oodles of fun, not following any boring booklets, but instead making it up as they went along. So if you ever pass by a crazy multicolored castle made entirely of little plastic bricks, chances are it belongs to the Monopoly's family. Mother, Mo, Curly, and Brico, the cat, couldn't be happier in the bunker's new home. You may even spot a tiny shed, also made out of plastic bricks in the garden. In case you were wondering, that is where Monty Monopoly now lives, as the annoying father is only allowed 2 brico bricks to play with. Click, click. Harriet hurried, the mother with a need for speed. Whizz, zoom, whoosh. Harriet hurried. You had to watch out when Harriet was about. The long-limbed lady always rode her bike far too fast. The mother of 6 children, all girls, she dressed in cream silk blouses and long, flowery skirts topped off with a feathered felt hat. Each morning, Harriet piled all 6 of them onto her old-fashioned lady's bicycle to race them to school. Despite her proper appearance, Harriet was a speed demon, and the route for the country house where the Harriet family lived to school was downhill. So, with all the weight of her 6 children on her bicycle, Harriet could reach eye-watering speeds. She would overtake sports cars, whizz, speed through the red lights, whoosh, soar over speed bumps, zoom, take shortcuts through hedges, restore, and perform a triumphant wheelie when they finally reached school. Whirr. To understand the obsession with speed, we need to go back to when Harriet was a baby herself. At her birth, she shot out of her mother's tummy super fast, so super fast that the midwife couldn't catch her. The poor lady was like a goalkeeper trying to catch a speeding football, booted by a star striker. Baby, midwife. Football, goalie. Spot the difference. Baby Harriet soared over the head of the midwife. Whoosh! Sailed out the window. Zoom! luckily landing in an empty pram idling outside the hospital. Doom! The force of baby Harriet's landing made the pram shoot off. Whirr! The second-old infant was immediately speeding away from the hospital as the child's mother screamed from the window at the maternity ward. "Stop that baby!" The newborn sat up in the pram, cooing with delight to be going so fast. Goo goo, gaga. The pram rattled off down the road. Rattle, rattle, rattle. It weaved in and out of the path of oncoming ambulances. Nina, Nina. Someone must have alerted the police, as in no time 3 police officers on motorbikes were chasing after baby Harriet. One of them shouted at the baby, "Stop, baby, or I'll put you under arrest." Baby Harriet was having none of it. Instead of stopping, she bounced harder and harder on her bottom. Boink, 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 but trouble was ahead. It was heading straight for the river at colossal speed. The baby bounded harder and harder to start. Boink, boink, boink. The pram hit the riverbank so fast that it soared over the water and landed on the other side. Doof! The police officers were not so lucky, despite reviving the engines. Roar! They weren't going fast enough and plunged into the water. River. Splosh! Now there was no stopping baby Harriet. Up ahead, more police had set up a roadblock of police cars to stop the runaway baby. There was no way through. Or was there? A huge smile spread across baby Harriet's face when she saw the police cars lined up ahead of her. She bounced and bounced up and down on her bottom. Boink, 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 making the wheels of the pram spin until they were nothing but a blur. Whirr! The police officers' faces turned to panic as they realized the runaway baby was not going to stop. They closed their eyes as they leaned back in front, and the front wheel of the pram lifted. It was a pram wheelie, or peely. The disaster struck. The back wheels of the pram hit the bonnet of the police car. Slam! The pram somersaulted through the air, performing a loop-de-loop. Baby Harriet wasn't the least bit frightened. In fact, she was having a whale of a time. 5-minute-old Tot cooed with delight as she sailed upside down over the heads of the police officers. Woo! Whoosh! Baby overhead! By some miracle, the pram hit the road on all 4 wheels at the other side of the police roadblock. Donk! It was now going faster than ever. Zoom! Just up ahead was Formula One racing track. The pram managed to speed through the entrance. Whizz! Swerved through the barriers. Screech! Before reaching along the tracks. Baby Harriet weaved through the pack of racing cars, taking the corners of the inside and speeding like never before. Zoom! The finish line was in sight. The baby bounced up and down as hard as she could on her bottom. Boink, boink, boink. And when the checkered flag was waved, whoosh! Baby Harriet in her pram took first place. The crowd cheered, "Hurrah!" The furious Formula One drivers had to stand by and watch a newborn baby lift the trophy before spraying champagne all over them. Fizz! That glorious moment was made headline all over the world. Formula One's youngest ever winner, only 10 minutes old. Baby banned for life from driving. Baby is number 1. 40 years later, that baby had grown up and became a mother of 6 children. She named them after famous male Formula One racing drivers, even though all of them were girls. The first was Alien, the second was James, the third was Arton, and the fourth was Lewis, and the fifth was Nikki, and the sixth was Jackie. Formula One racing was all that Harriet watched on the television, much to the displeasure of her aging, cardiganed husband, whom she named the Tortoise. Harriet had the racing on long into the night and would shout at the TV if her favorite driver was not going fast enough. "Come on, man, for God's sake, put your great fat foot down. I could cycle faster than that, you buffoon." She would wake up the whorehouse with her shouts. Not that her 6 daughters had any interest in speed. They hated the fact that their mother always cycled them score so fast. The girls had to balance like a circus act on her bicycle, which she has named Lightning, despite their pleas for her to slow down. "No, too fast, Mama! Slow the heavens down! Ah!" Mama would pedal harder and harder and harder. Whir, whir, whir. When she reached top speed, Harriet would holler, "Faster, faster, rah, rah, rah!" She treated the score run as if it were a race she had to win at all costs. If Harriet didn't beat every other mother and father, she would be in almighty funk all day. It meant that she would pedal harder the next morning, and on the ordeal of the score run for the girls would become worse and worse. The 6 had to cling on the Lightning for dear life, my life. Alien to the front wicker basket, James to the front rear guard, Nikki on the back of the saddle, and little Dayeon to Nikki's shoulder. The girls thought each day might be their last, so one morning, when they arrived at school after Lightning had a near miss with a fire engine, the hurried children decided that enough was enough. They had to do something about Mama. Each of the girls had a different idea. Alien was the oldest, and so went first. "We should bury Lightning in the rose garden," she exclaimed, but her younger sister reckoned their mother would find it in no time, and that they would end up having to go to school with soil on their bottoms. James was the second oldest. She thought she had a good idea, suggesting, "Why don't we tie Mama's bootlaces together so she can't cycle so fast?" The girls soon imagined the bicycle crashing and all of them landing in a giant heap in the ground. Not fun at all. Arton was next. She thought that puncturing one or both of Lightning's tires would definitely slow Mama down. However, Harriet had trained her daughters to be her backup team, like Formula One drivers had. The girls would be ordered to change Lightning's tire in less than 3 seconds flat. Mama would check the stopwatch as her 6 helpers went to work. "Spanner, check. Pump, check. Board, check and clear. Go, go, go." Lewis proposed, "If we saved up our pocket money to buy Mama a horse, then she could ride us all to school on that instead." This was just to be the worst idea so far. Mama would be sure to ride the horse as if she was a jockey at the Grand National. A racehorse would be infinitely more dangerous than a bicycle. And of course, bicycles don't bite bottoms. like some horses have been known to do. Nikki's suggestion that they sneak out of bed in the middle of the night armed with glue pens to coat the whole road with glue to slow down lightning didn't even warrant a response. Our eyes turned to little Jackie. "I know," began the youngest of the sisters. "I will join the police, and then I can arrest Mama for speeding." This was greeted with howls of laughter. "Ha, ha, ha! Ho, ho, ho!" The Hurry sisters had never heard anything so absurd. "Listen!" shouted little Jackie over the guffaws. "I can go to the police station straight after school and ask to become a police officer." "You can't join the police, little Jackie," mocked the alien. "You're far too young. You have to be a grown-up to join the police." Being the oldest, Alien liked to think of herself as a boss. The other 4 children chimed in, following suit. "What a silly idea. As if. Jackie's just a baby. She barely comes up to my knees." "Be quiet, a lot of you, and listen," shouted little Jackie, who was by far the fustiest of the 6. Her sisters were silent. "If we all sit on each other's shoulders, with me at the top, I can pass myself as a grown-up." They stumped the others for a moment, but the police officer will know it's just 6 kids on each other's shoulders, reasoned James. The others all murmured in agreement. Murmur, murmur, murmur. "I've already thought of that," announced little Jackie. "We borrow Mama's super long dressing gown. And look, I've got this." The girls produced a joke shop mustache that she received in her stocking at Christmas. She smoothed down her hair and stuck on the mustache. Suddenly, little Jackie's plan didn't seem so stupid after all, so it was set in motion. There was much arguing about who would be on the bottom. No one wanted to be at the bottom. Little Jackie took charge and managed to convince Alien that being on the bottom is the most important job of all, as you are the legs of the operation. That swung it. The sisters arranged themselves vertically in order of age. It was like a family of circus acrobats. As one by one, they climbed onto each other's shoulders. At the bottom, Alien loved the fact that she alone chose where the legs would take them. They were her legs, after all. Then it was James on Alien's shoulders. Next, Ayrton was on James. Then Lewis on Ayrton's. Further up, Nicky on Lewis's shoulder. Finally, little Jackie was perched at the very top. Mama's fuchsia pink dressing gown turned out to be the perfect length for this ruse. It ended just above Alien's knees. So one windy morning, before Mama and Papa woke up, the 6 sisters wobbled their way out of their country house and down to the local police station. Walking down the street, little Jackie got some strange looks. What with being impossibly tall and having the face of a girl with a joke shop mustache stuck on, not to mention the long pink frilly dressing gown, but she started it out by peering down her nose at passers-by. Finally, the tower of girls made it all the way to the local police station. Standing on duty behind the counter that morning was the especially stern-looking police officer, P.C. Stade. On seeing this vision in front of her, her beady eyes nearly burst out of her head. "Yes," barked Stade. The girls were so taken aback by the bark that they very nearly lost their balance. Wobber. Hello," began little Jackie, her joke shop mustache coming loose as her face beaded with sweat. "Are you drunk?" demanded Stade. "No," replied the girl, putting on a deep, manly voice. "I just had a pineapple juice." That's what they are, say. Are you here to report a crime?" "No," there is a problem with speeding in town, and I want to sign up to be a police officer. Sage shook her shoulder. You look a little young to be a police officer. Told you so, hissed the alien from the bottom. Her Jackie silenced her sister with a sharp shh under her breath. Ouch! What was that? Demanded Sage. Just a bottom burp, replied the girl, trying to make her voice sound even deeper than before. It didn't sound like a bottom burp. It sounded like a cry of pain. It was a big one, so it was a little bit painful, she lied. My bottom does that sometimes. Yerps. PC rolled her eyes. Or if you want to be a police officer, you have to fill out a form here. She passed a piece of paper across the desk. The hands that were poking out of the sleeves of the dressing gown was actually Ayrton's. As Ayrton's face was hidden behind the dressing gown, she couldn't see where the form was, so when she reached out her hand to grab it, she missed. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. After accidentally grabbing PC State's hand, when Ayrton finally got hold of the piece of paper, she managed to scrunch it into a bar. Scrunch. You are drunk, accused State again. No, just a tiny bit clumsy, lied little Jackie. Clumsy isn't good for a police officer. You might drop your truncheon. And then, where would we be? Anarchy. Please, can I have another form? Asked little Jackie. And this time, I would really appreciate it if you could put it straight into my hand. Sighed theatrically, and grown up often do, and did what the girl asked. Thank you so much, replied little Jackie, turning to go. Not so fast, barked Stay. Oh no, thought the girl. What now? Yes? You do want to be a police officer so much? It's my mama. What about your mama? Asked Stade. Speeds. Does she now? Now fast are we talking? Or once she went so fast that she broke the sound barrier. Boom. That is fast. I told you it was fast. I know, but I didn't know it was that fast. You should have been paying close attention. I did say fast. Stayed sighed again. Humph. Well, good luck your application, Mr. Little Jackie, replied the girl, her jug-shot mustache now flapping good luck, Mr. Jackie Little. Goodbye, remembered little Jackie on the way out. A tower of girls knocked over a stand, scattering leaflets everywhere. Flutter tripped off a police dog, woof, and knocked over a policeman and a robber he had handcuffed. Oof! Sage shook her head in disbelief. The plan hadn't quite gone to plan. Even so, little Jackie filled out a police application form and sent it off. To her and her 5 sisters' great surprise, the very next day, little Jackie received an official letter from PC State. Dear Mr. Little Jackie Little, thank you for coming into the police station. I have good news. You have been accepted into the police. Congratulations. You will be given the first thing tomorrow with traffic regulations. Please report to me at a police station at dawn. Yours, Policy PC State, the one with the beady eyes. The next morning, the tower of girls wobbled excitedly all the way down to the police station. As the sun rose over the town, they were met by PC Stade, who immediately began to explain how speed gun worked. It was a device that police officers use to point at vehicles they think are going over the speed limit. So you just point that at the bicycle? Asked the girl. Stade spat out her teeth. Bicycle, she exclaimed. Yes, my mama speeds on her bicycle. We normally use this on cars and motorbikes and the likes. We, however, ever stopped someone on a bicycle for speeding. Trust me, I did say fast. That you did, admitted the PC. My mama can pedal a great deal faster than any car or motorbike. Well then, we must set a speed trap for later. Then she excitedly exactly what they did. It was decided that the best time would be when Mama would be returning to school that afternoon to pick the girls up, so the sisters sneaked out of school early and arranged themselves on top of each other before putting on their police outfit. This was a cap, which was far too big for little Jackie's little head, and very, 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 very long police jacket that PC State had kindly provided. The police officer met the new recruit, PC Jackie Little, and just outside the school gates as the bell rang for the end of the squad. Ding! They hid in a bush, and State handed little Jackie, or of course, really Arton, the speed gun, which she immediately dropped. Clunk! When a town of girls and State both tried to pick up at the same time, their heads banged together. Clunk! Eventually, they got into their hiding place, and had a moment too soon because in the distance they could see Mama racing down the road on lightning. At first, she and her bicycle were little more than a tiny blur on the horizon. Then the blur became bigger and bigger as she sped nearer and nearer. Mrs. Hurry did not disappoint. Pedaling harder than ever, the mummy in a hurry cycled straight over the roof of the sport car. Zoom! Jumped over a motorbike as if it were part of a display team. Whoosh! And smashed through a fruit and vegetable stall, hurling food everywhere. Splat, split, splot. Oi! Then the big grin on her face, Mama took to the final straight. She pedaled lightning as if she were competing for a gold medal at the Olympics. Faster, faster, rah, 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 she cried. Still hiding in the bush. State shouted, now! Arton pressed the button on the speed gun. Click! Mama was going at such an impossible speed that the speed gun actually exploded. Kaboom! The sound of the explosion was so loud that it shocked everyone, not least Mama. Lightning's front wheel hit the back of an old lady's mobility scooter. Kabosh! Hurry, somersaulted through the air with a look of horror on her face. Oh, how she wished she could somehow slow herself down to a stop. Help! She shouted as lightning crash landed on the road and smashed into hundreds of pieces. Crash, bang, wallop. Meanwhile, Mama landed at the top of a very tall tree. Thwang! The tree swayed with her weight, and as it swung back, it propelled her through the air at speed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Harriet was flying into school, and she didn't know how to stop. Slow, rah, rah, rah. It was as if Mama was a pinball, and the school a giant pinball machine. Her daughters are peeped out from the line of buttons on a long police officer jacket. They watched helplessly as their mother bounced headfirst into the climbing frame. Clock! We banged on the clock tower. Clang! Hit the goalpost. Thunk! And smashed straight into the swing. Swing, dunk. The swing swung her straight through the windows of the science block. Smash! And out through the other side. Smash! The lady then spun on her roundabout whirl before flying off to the slide. Plunk, plunk, speeding down it. Rump, and landing upside down in a sand pit. Boom! Harriet was half buried, her legs waggling up in the air. Help! She cried. Mama! Shouted the girls in shock. There's something I need to tell you, began little Jackie, turning to PC State. I am not really this tall. I had absolutely no idea, lied the police officer with a knowing wink. Little Jackie smiled back as one by one the 6 girls jumped down from each other's shoulders and ran into the school playground to help their mother. I am stuck, shouted Mama. The sisters formed a human chain to yank her out of the sandpit, Alien held onto her mother's feet as James, Ayrton, Louis, Nikki, and finally little Jackie held on to each other. "Heave!" called Alien, and they are heaved. But Mama wouldn't budge. Stay dashed over and joined the chain. "Heave!" commanded the police officer. Like a cork coming out of a bottle, Mama popped out of the sand. Pop! Soon everyone was lying exhausted in a big heap on the ground. Doof! The school doors banged open and the girls poured out. On seeing the huddle of people lying on the ground, the biggest girl in the school, Talissa Thunder, shouted, "Thunder!" Talissa ran and leaped on top. "Thunder!" Talissa ran and leaped on top. "Oof!" As the kids streamed out of their classrooms, they all joined in too. "Oomph! Oomph! Oomph!" "Help!" shouted Mama, trapped at the bottom of the pile. "Everyone off this instant!" bellowed a squashed Stade. "I will get the headmaster to give you all extra math homework." That did the trick. The children all piled off as quickly as they'd piled on. "Reverse thunder!" shouted Talissa Thunder from near the bottom of the pile. A few moments later, the family were all standing in the playground, clearing sand out of every conceivable place. Ears, nose, hair, socks, shoes. "Do you promise never, ever to speed again, Mama?" asked little Jackie. Harriet looked most unhappy, but reluctantly agreed. "Yes," she sighed. "Say, I promise." "I promise," prompted Alien. "I promise," repeated Mama. Speedy eyed noticed something. She exclaimed, "Madame, you have your fingers crossed behind your back." "Mama," moaned the girls. All right, snapped Mama, shaking the last grains of sand out of her bloomers. "I promise lightning exploded into a billion pieces anyway," she added. "Then my work here is done," said PC. "We can't thank you enough," said little Jackie. "You would make a darn fine police officer, Mr. Jackie Little." "Thank you," replied the littlest girl. "Come back to the police station in 10 years' time, and let's see what we can do." Little Jackie looked disappointed. "That's ages, and I love being a police officer. Please, can I stay one, please?" Stade looked lost for words. All the girls were now pleading with the PC on their little sister's behalf. "Please!" All right, blustered Stade. "I will make you the very first police kid." "Yay!" cried the sisters. "You didn't have your fingers crossed behind your back," accused Mama. "I will not dream of that, madam," snapped Stade. Here, the lady took off her own police hat and placed it on little Jackie's head. "Farewell, ladies." "Bye," called out the girls. "And thank you," added little Jackie. "Thank you," replied Stade. And she paced out of the playground, shaking sand from her socks as she did so. Mama gathered her girls around her and hugged them tight. "1,000 thank you, girls. You taught your mama an important lesson today." "I hope so," said little Jackie. "No more speeding. No more bicycle." Good, Mama," cooed the girls. "Now, where's the nearest skateboarding shop?" "No!" they screamed. Lord Grandiose, the father who was the upper class twit. Lord Grandiose. Lord Granville Grandiose was an upper-class twit. His father before him had been an upper-class twit, and his father before him had also been an upper-class twit, and so on and so forth, going back for hundreds and hundreds of years of twists, and more twists. As was common with upper-class twists, Lord Grandiose lived in a humongous country house called Grandiose Har, and had been in a family for generations, passed from twit to twit. So, what makes an upper-class twit? Well, first of all, Grandver didn't laugh exactly. If he found something funny, like the misfortune of poor people, he would snort jokes. Second, because he was rich and posh, Grandver thought he could do whatever he liked. As a result, he would constantly belch boisterously when out at restaurants. If anyone dared to complain, the twit would instantly buy the restaurant and have him thrown out. So the buttons of his waistcoat were often pinging off, as he always ate too much and his stomach grew rounder and rounder daily. Thwong! Fourth, if you peered into one of Grandver's ears, you might see that what you thought was a pea rolling around inside his head. Do not be alarmed. This would, in fact, be his brain. Rather. Fifth, Grandver would point champagne bottles at his servants and then open them. Pop! The cork would fly out like a bullet. Whoosh! And hit them on the bottom. Wee! Sixth, if the gates of Grandiose Hall were shut at night and he couldn't be bothered to get out of the car to open them, he'd ram the Rolls Royce through them at speed. Zoom! Kerchunk! Seventh, Grandver did absolutely nothing for himself. His butler even had to squirt toothpaste onto his toothbrush. And still, he never ever cleaned his teeth. Squirt. Eighth, even though he had a remote control for the television set, Grandver always rang a bell for the butler to come to change the channel for him. Tinker! Horse racing! Now! 10th. What happened to ninth? Oh, there you are. Counting to 10 isn't easy for upper-class twits. One day, Lord Grandiose met a young lady who was just as ghastly as he was. Her name was Lady Lavonia. Lavish. It was love at first sight. Lavonia was just as rude, ignorant, and bad-tempered as he was, if not more so. She had become famous in upper-class twit circles for firing her mind out of a cannon to the next country when she brought her a cold cup of tea. Bang! Whoosh! Ah! On hearing this story, Grandver knew she was just a gal for him. He spent a fortune throwing a huge party at Grandiose Hall with mountains of caviar and rivers of champagne, and invited only one person, Lavonia. Instantly, the two twits were smitten, and within a couple of minutes of meeting, he had decided to get married. Their wedding, attended by a gagger of other upper-class twits, made the front cover of Society magazine, Twit. In time, her ladyship gave birth to a baby. His lordship was third. Now he had a son who could one day grow up to be an upper-class twit just like him. The boy would inherit Grandiose Hall and all that came with it. Humbly, Grandver named his son after himself, Grandver. In truth, he didn't really know many other names, and the baby boy didn't look much like Livonian. As soon as he had popped out of his mother's tummy, baby Granville was handed straight to Nanny. "Bye," called out his parents, waving as the baby was wheeled away in a pram, just like they hadn't asked babies of upper-class twits themselves. Baby Granville was destined not to see his parent until he was a grown-up. Todd was kept hidden away in the nursery in a distant wing of the grandiose hall with Nanny. Fortunately for the child, Nanny was a kindly old dear. She was round and squishy, perfect for cuddlers. Nanny gave the boy all the loves in the world, and then some more. There were a few old battered wooden toys in the nursery, like a rocking horse and a train set. But what the boy loved most was an old leather trunk full of clothes. This Nanny called the dressing-up box. It was a treasure trove of old clothes that have passed since the grandiose family for generations. Old military uniforms, dinner suits, even bar gowns. As the boy grew up, he and Nanny would wire away the horse with him, dressing up to become all sorts of weird and wonderful characters. A wizard, a pirate, a knight, a soldier, a cowboy, a doctor, a jockey, a spaceman, a pilot, even a princess. The pair never left the nursery, but their adventures took them all over the world. Meanwhile, for Lord and Lady Grandiose, with their son out of sight, he was also out of mind. They barely gave business of being beastly to the servants. Even though he was living under the same roof, his parents never set eyes on a Granville Jr. in a dozen years. Instead, Nanny and all the other stuff became a family to the boy. The cook would bring him double helpings of his favorite puddings. The gardener would show him worms and bugs from the garden, and the chauffeur would take him for rides around the grounds in the family vintage Rolls Royce. As for Nanny, she loved him more each day, treating him as if he were her own son. Over time, Granville Jr. began to ask why he never met his parents. Nanny would try to bat away these questions with excuses in order to not hurt the boy's feelings. She knew the Lord and Lady were upper-class twits who had no intention of meeting their son until he was grown up. However, on his 12th birthday, the boy decided that enough was enough. "Nanny," he began, tugging into his boiled egg and soldiers. Please, can you ask my parents if I can finally meet them today? They're very busy with all their upper-class stuff," lied the kindly lady. "But it's my birthday. Don't they even want to wish me a happy birthday?" "Well, I can pass a message on to the maid, and she can tell the housekeeper, and she can tell the footman, and he can tell the butler, and the butler can deliver the message to your parents. It should only take a week or so." "That is nuts!" exclaimed the boy. Nanny sighed and stroked the boy's face tenderly. "Let me see what I can do, young sir." So a letter from Granville Jr. was dispatched, and soon after found its way into the hands of Granville Sr. "A letter for your lordship," announced the old butler as he entered the impossibly long dining room of grandiose horror. A floor-to-ceiling old painting of Her Majesty the Queen dominated the wall. "Can't you see I'm busy eating my roast beef?" snapped Lord Grandiose. Even though it was still breakfast time, he liked roast beef so much that he had it 3 times a day. Lord Grandiose picked up a Yorkshire pudding and hurled it at the butler. It bonked him bang on the nose. Snort, snort, snort. "What should I do with this letter, sir?" "Read it for me, you buffoon." The butler cleared his throat and then began, "Dear Papa." "I am not your father," spluttered the lord. "You must be twice, thrice, and even thrice my age." "The letter is from your son, sir." "I have a son?" "Yes, sir." "Are you sure?" "Yes, he was born 12 years ago today," replied the butler. "Oh, yes, ring the bell. Come on, read it." "Oh, you silly chump, don't dilly-dally." "Very good, sir. Dear Papa and Mama, I would very much like to meet you today, please. It is my birthday after all. Yours sincerely, your son," finished the butler. "Impudence!" Lord Grandiose called out to his wife. "Livonia, darling, I just had a letter from our son. He wants to meet us." Lady Grandiose was sitting at the opposite end of the impossibly long dining table, about half a mile away from him. "I can't hear you. Can you shout?" she called back. "I said our son wants to meet us." "Oh, wait, a frightful bore. Do we have to?" said Livonia, as she poured some champagne into a saucer for the pair of Siamese cats sneaking around her ankles. "Meow, meow." The cats lapped up the champagne. Slurp, slurp. One toppled over, knocked out cold. Dush! The other blew off loudly from the bubbers. Fit. "I was really rather hoping we might just bump into him at a cocktail party when he was all grown up," added Livonia, completely oblivious to the cat's chaos she caused. "Oh, no, it's dreadful drag, darling, but the letter is quite insistent. He wants to meet us today," he replied. "Whatever for?" she exclaimed. "I don't think I'd ever meet my parents. No, tell a lie. I bumped into my mother at my father's funeral. Awful woman." "I haven't the foggiest. Well, it's very selfish of him. I'm not sure I ever want to meet anyone so that's startlingly selfish. Beastly of the little boot, I know, but apparently it's his birthday today." "Is it?" "Yes." "And what's his name again?" "Granville," replied the man. "I thought that was your name," she snapped. "It is." "So you are both called Granville?" "Yes." "Well, I never," she hooted. "You learn something new every day." "I'll say no more to the little twerp." "Jolly good show," agreed the lady. "But called out his lordship, "please tell our son no. And we would rather he didn't ever contact us again." A look of sorrow crossed the old man's face. "Are you sure, sir?" she answered. "The impudence!" yelled his lordship, showering him with a hail of roast potatoes. "Drink, drink, drink. Now run!" screamed Lord Grandiose, pelting the butler with peas and poor man darted out of the room. The butler delivered the sad news to the nursery. The boy's eyes welled with tears. This was the worst birthday present ever. I'm sorry, young sir, whispered Nanny, holding him tight. Soon the sorrow turned to rage. I will teach him a lesson, spluttered the boy. Don't do anything hasty, Nanny. My stupid parents take afternoon tea in the drawing room every day, right? Demanded the boy. Yes, sir, replied the butler. Well, then, let's make this an afternoon tea those twits will never forget, he said as a smile spread across his face. Nanny and the butler shared a worried look, but the boy was adamant. Nanny, let's raid the dressing-up box. Grandfather Jr. started putting together a plan, and his parents hadn't seen him since the days he was born. They wouldn't know what he looked like. With the help of the dressing-up box, he could pretend to be any character he wanted. The question was, who? I know who I will be for tea with the Lord and Lady. Her Majesty the Queen, announced the boy. Nanny burst out laughing. Don't be that. I'm not being daft. I bet the Queen is the only person they wouldn't say no to. The old lady nodded her head. Yeah, right. Upper-class twits only grow over to royalty. So if I am dressed as the Queen, I can get away with anything. Just you wait and see. So the pair set to work. The boys found a vinegar grown and some long white gloves in the dressing-up box. Meanwhile, Nanny had a good rummage in the attic and returned with old wig and a handbag. Then the pair disguised the two Siamese cats as corgis. Before, after, cardboard ears, felt nose, rolled in sand. Finally, tea time came. Nanny knocked at the door of the drawing room. Knock, knock, knock. Lord and Lady Grandiose was sitting in armchairs, scoffing their afternoon tea. My lord and lady, began Lady Nanny. What do you want, woman? Demanded her ladyship, pulling a cream cake at her. Splat! It hit her right in the face. Being a well-trained servant, she continued as if nothing had happened. A very special guest has arrived unexpectedly at Grandiose Hall. Please be upstanding to Her Majesty the Queen. The Lord and Lady looked at each other, aghast. They were not expecting this. Nanny had got all the servants in on this game, so the chauffeur and the gardener was decked out in a gold outfit, pretending to be royal trumpeters heralding the Queen's arrival. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. In waltzed Grandfather Jr., looking every inch the Queen, dragging the two reluctant corgis on leads behind him. Good afternoon, peasants, began Her Majesty in his poshest voice. The boy had become good at putting on voices in all those years playing dress-up with Nanny. I hope you don't mind me dropping by for tea and cakes. I was just passing by in my... No. Not at all, Your Majesty, roared Lord Grandiose, kissing the Queen's hand. What an honor, Your Majesty, Your Highness, added Lady Grandiose. Yes, it must be for oiks like you. Meanwhile, Nanny and all the rest of the staff were huddling in the garden outside the drawing room windows so they could enjoy the show. They stifled their giggles as the boy shuffled over the tar-silver sand of cakes. He took off 2 huge slices of chocolate cake and placed them placed one on each of his parents' chairs. The Lord and Lady looked at each other with expressions of, what on earth is she doing? You may sit, commanded the Queen. The pair had no choice. This was Her Majesty the Queen. They had to obey, so reluctantly they sat. Squelch, squelch. Now both their bottoms were covered in thick brown goo. What an unexpected pleasure this is, cooed her ladyship. I know, me, the Queen, dropping in on louts like you. Ugh, scones. Do you put the jam or the cream on first? The boy asked, picking up pots of each. As you wish, Your Majesty, replied the Lord. Very good, said the Queen, spooning up some cream. He poured back the spoon and splat. He hit his mother right in the face with a dollop of cream. Ugh! Then his father, splat. Ladies first. I do hope you understand, uttered the Queen. Of course, Your Majesty, they replied. On goes the jam, splat, splat. Both parents were now had a faceful of strawberry jam. Thank you, Your Majesty, they cooed. Nanny and the gang now had their faces pressed up against the window, looking at They couldn't help but laugh. At last, their horrible bosses was getting their just desserts. Literally. Now, any afternoon tea would not be complete without, of course, the tea, said the Queen. Of course, the Lord and Lady agreed. I will pour. Pour he did, pouring the milk, splash, splash, all over their heads. Sugar? They both nodded, soaked to the skin at a ghostly shade of white. The son smiled his best queenly smile before doing the same with the sugar bowl. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Well, I would love to stay, said the boy, asked the Queen, before changing into his real voice. But I would rather not spend another moment with a pair of steaming bottom bogies like you. Thank you so much, Your Majesty, they replied. Then the boy whipped off his crown and wig and shouted, Goodbye forever. I never knew the Queen wore a wig, remarked Lord Grandiose. Me neither, replied Lady Grandiose. From the outside, Nanny slid open the window, and the boy leaped through it. The old lady shouted into the room, You pair of twits don't deserve a lovely boy like him, before calling out to the chauffeur, Start the car! The chauffeur dashed to the roar's voice and started the engine. Rum! All the other servants piled in as Nanny and the boy skipped hand in hand to the car, then dived into the back and Rolls-Royce raced off. There I escaped to a new life, far away from Grandiose Hall, on a lovely little farm. Nanny showed the boy with so much love that he never gave a second thought to that ghastly pair again. What became of the Lord and the Lady? The pair of upper-class twits never did a thing for themselves. So they just sat there as the two corgis licked the cream and jam off their faces. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen will ever come to tea again, asked Lord Grandiose. I do hope so, replied Lady Grandiose. We should get out of these wet things. Yes, we should. Butler! Butler! called out Lord Grandiose. Butler! But nobody came, so the pair waited and waited and waited forever. Supermom. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the world's most embarrassing mother. Zap was a boom. Supermom. Pat Patterson not only had a boring name, she also had the most boring job in the world. She was a toilet cleaner. Pat lived with her 2 children on the top floor of the crumbling tower block. Her youngest was Spike, a boy of 10, and her oldest, Punk, a girl of 13. Both found their mother boring. All she talked about was the toilets she'd cleaned that day. With a tough stain like that, there was nothing else for it. I had to get out the score. So when she got home from work, Spike would bury his face in a superhero comic as his sister put her headphones over her ears and turned the volume on her music to blasting. Being ignored made Mom sad. Looking over her son's shoulder at one of the comic books, she had an idea. Ding! What if she weren't just boring old Mom? What if she were Super Mom? A mom with superpowers. Superheroes can be created in all kinds of ways. They might be an alien from another planet. They might be a billionaire inventor. They might even have been bitten by a radioactive insect. Pat Patterson wasn't blessed with any of those options. Her superhero alter ego would have to be homemade. As she cleaned bog after bog all day, Pat daydreamed about how she could transform into Superman. Superheroes need weapons. The famous ones have shields, hammers, web shooters, lassos, suits of armors, invisible planes, even shark repellent spray. Not having any of these, Pat found inspiration in her toilet cleansing implements. Pat's brush, mop, and bucket would now be Superman's magic weapons. The bucket would be the avenging bucket of doom. The mop would be renamed the Mop Mayhem. And the bog brush was now not just an ordinary bog brush. No, it was the bog brush of cosmic calamity. Pat didn't know what any of these things really meant, but they sounded cool. One day at work, when no one was about, Pat practiced her quick change. Superheroes had to be good at quick changes. There would be no warning of them when a school bus might be dangling over the side of the bridge, or of an aeroplane losing a wig, or a cat getting stuck up a tree. So Pat darted into a bog cubicle, whipped off her clean apron, and whisked it over her shoulders as a cape. Then she poked 2 eye holes in her hairband with a pencil, and put it on her face as a mask. She flung open the door fast. She was Supermom. With her 3 mighty magic weapons, she attacked the hundreds of bogs she had to clean like never before. Bish, bash, bosh. As Supermom, it was as if Pat really did have special powers. The bogs were cleaned in record time. "Take that, toilet!" she cried as she finished the last one. Little does she know that her dreaded boss, Miss Scour, was waiting outside the cubicle. "Pat!" barked Scour. "What are you doing?" "Sorry, Miss Scour," replied Pat meekly. "Put that apron back on the right way round. Anyone would think you were crackers." "Sorry. You would like some kind of pound job superhero. First, Pat, you are not a fighting supervillain. You are cleaning bugs. No. No more of these nonsense. Ever again. Miss Scour spun round and marched off. As the door slammed, Pat bowed her head sorrowfully. When she took the apron from her shoulders, she nearly jumped out of her skin. The bug behind her made a thunderous noise. Gurgle. Then he began to hum and rattle. Ritter, ratter, ratter. Pat rubbed her eyes. This couldn't be true, but it was. And the bog next door began to come alive too. Gurgle, vitter, ratter, rutter. And next one along. And the next one, and the next. Something terrifying was happening, and Pat was next. Something terrifying was happening, and Pat was not going to stay to find out what it was. She grabbed her mop bucket and bog brush and raced out of the toilets. That night, Pat came back to the top floor, flat to see her grumpy kids slumped on the sofa once again. Spike was curling in some superheroes in a book, where his sister was listening to music so loudly that it could be heard from the bottom floor of the block. "Mom's home!" called out Pat when she entered the room, but Punk and Spike just grunted. Huh. No change there, but she was sure they wouldn't grunt at Supermom. Oh no, not Supermom. So Pat hurried to her room and began putting together a proper superhero costume. First, she sewed the body of the outfit together from all of her tatty old yellow cleaning cloths. And she tried it on. She looked like a giant banana. Next, she painted a Supermom logo on her chest with purple paint. As for footwear, Pat decided upon Wellington boots. She didn't have a matching pair. One was red and one was green. No matter, she thought. It was all part of her mystery of the character. Then a pink bin liner made an excellent plastic cape, while colorful stripy socks with 2 holes made a perfect mask. Finally, a pair of Spike's old underpants worn over the suit completed the look, especially as they were electric blue. Wow. Just as Pat was admiring herself in the mirror, she heard a cry from the next room. "Mom, I lost one of my coloring pens down the back of the sofa." It was Spike. So she raced out of her bedroom, put her hands on her hips, and with her pink plastic cape floating behind her, declared, "This sounds like a job for Supermom." "What are you doing, Mom?" demanded Spike. "I am not Mom. I am Supermom, just like a mom, but even more super duper whooper. Step aside. This scar's for my mop of mayhem." "You've got a weapon, Core," remarked the boy as his mother grabbed her trusty mop. "Mop of mayhem, find the pen." She poked around the back of the sofa at the poor end as Punk sat there with music blaring out of her headphones. After a while of poking and finding nothing, Supermom announced, "Stand back. I'm going in." She paced back to the far corner of the living room, then took a running jump and dived into the back of the sofa. Plung! Punk was still slumped on it, was bounced up into the air. Boing! Landed on the floor on her bottom. Thump! Much her little brother's delight. Punk just scowled as Mom reappeared with a fine parted pen in her mouth. "I actually lost a red one, Mom," complained Spike. "It's not, Mom. I know nothing of this Mom of whom you speak. I am Supermom. This is so annoying, snapped Punk. Stand back. Supermom will risk her life once more to reunite with you with your red coloring pen. Then Supermom ran all the way down the corridor to afford herself a longer run. Whiz-dunk, plunge. Her legs waggled up in the air for a while before gotcha, the pesky red pen is found. The universe is safe once more. Fab, replied Spike, clearly loving every second of this. The lady ruffled the boy's hair, and he beamed. It's all in a day's work for the most daring do-gooder of them all. The mum, that super-duper whooper. Supermom, she and Spike said together. When is Supermom coming back? Demanded Spike, so excited that he was bouncing up and down on the spot. Whenever and whenever she's needed. All you have to do is believe. Believe what? Snorted Punk. Believe in Supermom. Oh, give me a rest, Mom, snapped Punk. It's already getting so boring. Mom was hurt and sloped out of the room. Why do you always have to be such a downer? Asked Spike. Oh, shut up, snapped his sister. Shut up was her answer to everything. Supermom is ace, said Spike. I love her, and I believe in her 100%. Well, you are 10, so you are basically still a baby and would believe in anything, said the girl before putting her headphones back on. Pat was down, but not out. She was determined to turn her daughter around. One day, she too would believe in Supermom. The very next morning, Mom noticed that Punk had accidentally on purpose forgotten her sports kit on cross-country run day. Could she get the kit to the score before the race began? This was job for Supermom. The superhero burst into Punk's classroom. Whoosh! Never fear, the super-duper whooper mom is here. It's Supermom, she announced, wearing her costume the color of custard. Oh, no, sighed Punk, thumping her head down on her desk. Thunk! Who are you and what are you doing in my classroom? Spluttered a flustered teacher, Miss Fraser. I am Supermom, and good news is this afternoon's cross-country run will be run, Punk. Here is your sports kit so you conveniently forgot, she announced, producing a plastic bag from underneath her pink plastic cape. Mom, I found it hidden under your bed. It hasn't been washed, so it's a bit stinky. Laughed Punk's classmates. Oh, shut up, snapped the girl. Do you believe I have superpowers yet? Asked Supermom hopefully. Of course I don't. I'm not nuts. Then how did you get here in record-breaking time? I get here in record-breaking time. Punk thought for a moment. I don't know. Maybe you got the bus. Superheroes don't get buses, exclaimed Supermom, unless they're running it very late. Well, I would love to stop that and chat, but I have superhero-type stuff to do. Do you mind awfully taking to the skies now? Asked Miss Fraser. I'm trying to teach the children about Oxbow Lakes, and we just got to a tricky bit. Of course, replied Supermom before turning to the school children. Enjoy the run, kids, especially you, Punk. Another job well done by one and only Supermom. Whoosh! With that, she was gone, and immediately the whole class turned their attention to Punk. Is that your mom? She's bananas! Punk put her fingers in her ears, and let her head sink down on her desk once more. Thunk. Pat was determined to make her daughter love Supermom just as much as her son did, so she took every opportunity to transform into her superhero alter ego. There were countless times Pat embarrassed her daughter this way. When Punk was sitting on a war with her roommates, Supermom flew down from a tree to tell her, "Your tea is ready." Another time, the girl was idling around a supermarket with some school friends when Supermom burst out from behind a display of baked beans and reminded her, "Don't forget to pick up some prunes. You know, they make you go." Worst of all was the moment when Punk was walking along the estate with a boy she really liked. Then had just started holding hands when Supermom popped her head out of the manhole cover and announced, "Your room needs tidying right now, young lady. Your stuff is all over the floor. Birthday socks everywhere." For Punk, that was it. The girl couldn't take any more embarrassments. There could be no more Supermom, ever. So she stomped all the way home and up flight after flight of stairs to the top floor of the tower block to confront her mother. However, when Punk opened the door, she was surprised to see her little brother in his own superhero outfit. Like his mother's, Spike's outfit was homemade. The boy went on. A pair of underpants over his face as a mask, his eyes peeping out of the pee hole. A top made from a cardboard box to give the illusion of body armor UB was painted on the box. A cape made from a tea towel, a plastic bag covering his bottom, his mother's purple tights, and 4 leggings, Wellington boots, both left foot ones for some unknown reason. "What on earth are you wearing, Spike?" mocked Punk. "You look like a total twit." "I am not Spike. I am Supermom's superhero buddy, Ultra Boy," he announced. "What does Ultra Boy even mean?" "Dunno, but it sounds cool." "No, it doesn't. It sounds pants," she snapped. "That's what I have wrapped around my head. Look." The boy proudly displayed his mask of pants, or pant masks. "Come on, Punk, you know what Mom says. All you have to do is believe." "Believe? Not that rubbish again. Why are you even dressed up like that, Sato?" "Haven't you seen the news?" the boy asked. "No. What news? Why?" Just then Supermom burst out to her bedroom, her pink plastic cape getting caught in the door. She yanked it out before putting her hands on her hips and declaring, "Wherever you go, whatever you do, don't put on the TV." Of course, that is exactly what the girl did next. And Mom knew she would. Punk flicked between the channels, but every single one of them was showing the same thing. "The world is under attack," announced a terrified-looking reporter, "from killer toilets. Toilets have had enough of people doing their businesses in them, and they are fighting back." "What?" exclaimed Punk. "This is nuts." Could the girl's eyes and ears be deceiving her? No, she could see as the whole world could see. Bugs were on their rampage. Toilets were chasing people down the street in New York City and gobbling them up. "Ah!" screamed another poor victim, his legs waggling out of the top of one ass. He was eaten alive. Went the bugs, their seats going up and down as they devoured person after person. Once one had been scoffed, they went straight to another. It was the same story everywhere. In Paris, bugs were going berserk, eating up French people as if there were no tomorrow. Now, none. Burp, burp. In Tokyo, those Japanese high-tech bugs were flying through the sky, plunking people off roofs and skyscrapers and chomping on them. Eee! Then the news turned to London. There we are none other than Mom's boss, Miss Gower, was being chased down a street by hundreds of deadly bugs. Miss Gower was screaming for mercy, but the bugs had no mercy. They wolfed her down. No! Screamed Gower. Burp, 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 burped the bugs. Punk was unable to stop staring at the TV screen. The world is coming to an end, she cried, unless we stop them. And who better to do that than London's #1 toilet cleaner and her 2 trusty sidekicks? The TV screen flickered to Trafalgar Square, where the army was advancing to batter the killer bugs. Guns were being fired. Rat-tat-tat. Boom! Grenades were being thrown. Missiles were being launched. Whiz kaboom! But out of the smoke and dust, the bugs just kept coming. Thundering across Tower Bridge, bashing into Westminster Abbey, smashing down the gates to Buckingham Palace, Supermom turned to her daughters. We need you. Me, replied the girl. The world needs you. You what? Will you join me, Supermom and Ultra Boy, and save the human race from killer bugs? Spurred Punk. The fate of all mankind is in our hands, said Ultra Boy. Join us, Galactic Girl. With that, Supermom held out a superhero costume for Punk. It was made up of a dressing gown for a cape, a bin liner for the body, and the letter CG painted on it. Furry slippers, long socks for the legs, a score tie for a mask. We are not really superheroes, protested the girls. We are just an ordinary family who lives in a tower block. Don't you have to be an alien or a zillionaire or a mad scientist or something to be a superhero? Supermom smiled. No, all you need to do is believe. But I can't believe. Of course you can't, said Spike. Close your eyes if that helps. It's not going to, replied the girl, but Punk did as she was told, with her eyes firmly shut. Spike nodded to his mom to put the costume on his sister. What are you doing? She protested, but by the time she opened her eyes, it was on. Punk looked at herself in the mirror. Actually, she began, it's not as bad as I thought. I could go on a date dressed like this, though. Well, you aren't going on a date. You're saving the world. So, Galactic Girl, tell me, do you want to believe? You can only have superpowers if you believe. The girls took a breath. Yes, I believe. Supermom Galactic Girl is ready for action. Yes, exclaimed Ultra Boy and Supermom. Then the family of superheroes stood side by side, their capes fluttering heroically. So, Supermom, began Galactic Girl. Yes, Galactic Girl? How are we going to defeat the killer bugs? It was a reasonable question. With my 3 mighty weapons, replied Supermom. What are they again? Asked Galactic Girl. I know the mob one. The mob of mayhem, exclaimed Spike. Yes, replied Supermom, grabbing all 3. The mop of mayhem, the avenging bucket of doom, and of course, the bog bush of cosmic calamity. Do they really work? Asked Galactic Girl. Began Supermom. All we have to do is believe. I backseat the avenging bucket of doom, demanded our top boy. I want the avenging bucket of doom. That's the best one, moaned Galactica. You can have the mop of mayhem, said Superman. The mop of mayhem is lame. No, it's not. It's the best one. Ooh, interrupted our top boy. I want to stop the avenging bucket of doom for the mop of mayhem. Or you can't, snapped Galactica. Not fair. Come on, you two, no squabbling. We have a billion killer toilets to defeat. Just then, their own battered old bog began to gurgle. In no time, it had torn itself off the bathroom floor and was heading straight for them, snapping its teeth as if it were jaws. Snap, snap, snap! The roof, ordered Superman. Why? Asked Galactica. I bet Bogs can climb upstairs. Bingo! Superman was right. The three raced to the roof of their tower block, where they could see all over London. Down below, Bogs were still wreaking havoc, chasing people down the streets and gobbling them up in seconds. Ah! Oh! No! Burp, burp, burp. What do we have to do, Supermom? Asked Galactica. We put our three weapons together, and we believe. We believe what exactly? We believe that together they will create a bolt of super lightning that will destroy these killer toilets once and for all. Well, began Galactica, it's worth a shot. It's the only hope we've got of saving the Earth, remarked Ultra Boy. Poor Earth, murmured Galactica. Ultra Boy, Galactica, place the avenging bucket of doom and mop of mayhem next to my bog brush of cosmic calamity. The two mini superheroes did as they were asked. Clink when their three weapons went the three weapons together, but nothing happened. It's not working, claimed the girl. This is stupid. I'm not Galactica. I'm just plain old punk. Let's close our eyes, announced Supermom. And they did so. Believe. Suddenly the three weapons began to rattle and hum before whoosh. Together they created a bolt of super lightning that flew off the roof of the tower block and zapped into a billion different directions. Whiz, 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 zap, 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 boom, 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 hitting each and every killer bomb across the globe, exploding them into zillions of tiny pieces. We've done it, shouted our trap boy, opening his eyes. I can't believe it, but I do believe it. We really have, said Galactica, looking out across London to see the millions of smoldering bogs. Well done, my superior chum, said Superman. So, how does it feel being Galactica? Punk thought for a moment. Pretty cool, actually. Then we three will save the Earth once more, announced Superman. It's our and a day's work for the three most super-duper whopper superheroes of our time. Supermom, Ultra Boy, exclaimed Spike, and Galactica, Punk added proudly. Supermom smiled to herself. She may be embarrassing, but at least they saved the world. The End of the World's Worst Parents by David Williams. Warning, terrible parents inside. Illustrated in glorious color by Tony Ross.